We're multi-streaming today. We'll see how that works. Did I update the YouTube stream title? Maybe. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. Like I said, we're not going to be playing Minecraft today. We're gonna try something special. Gary, are you gonna be playing Mass Effect tomorrow? Is that what you're playing? I saw you're gonna be at the very end of the day tomorrow. I'm excited, you know. Today I'm the very end of the stream weekend, so I get to do whatever I want, right? Let's see. I am the end, right? There's nobody after me? Maybe. Let's see if this works. Please tell me this is joinable. Is it joinable? It says Tram Bam. I don't know. Do you play Stellaris? Because that's what we're playing today. Oh, I didn't change the game title. I'm a buffoon. A fool. How could I have done this, guys? Hold on. I'm so sorry. I know. You're probably like, you see, he's playing Minecraft, right? Or Phasmophobia. Or whatever I set it up last time to be as. Let me fix that real quick. I apologize, guys. I'm supposed to be a professional here. Yeah, it's Minecraft. No, it's not Minecraft. I know. You guys are so excited for some Minecraft. We'll be getting back into Minecraft. I promise. I promise. Pinky promise. Fearless is Pinky promise. I think right now we actually, once I switch it over to Stellaris, we might actually be the largest Stellaris stream, period. Right now, which is hilarious. Yeah, it's a new kind of Minecraft. Minecraft has gone three-dimensional and into space. You're right, Chad. See? It's the next generation of Minecraft streams. You can't see it, right? I better be able to see it. Let me... Yeah. How's the quality looking? No lag. That's good. No drop frames due to rendering lag. No drop frames due to encoding lag. No drop frames due to internet. We might make it today, guys. We might be able to do it. Okay. So this is one of my favorite games of all time. It's a space game. It's Stellaris. Category says, I know, I changed it. Okay, maybe it's awesome. Wait, hold on. I don't know if this is going to work. No, it's not going to work. But hold on. Hold on. No. That's not going to work. It zooms in too much. What is this one? There we go. Wait, hold on. Can I move the M? We're playing mine. We'll use the E as, you know, an N. Mine, right? See, it says mine. Craft. See, there's an A. F. Minecraft. It's the next generation of Minecraft. There's an S at the end. Minecraft. Yeah. See the cubes? They're cubes right here, right? Yeah, cube. Another cube here. Yeah, a big cube. Look at that. It's a big one. Isn't that what Minecraft's all about? Hunting cubes. That's how it works, right? Maybe we should change the color. Let's go yellow. Maybe there's some yellow cubes over here, right? Yeah, this is a lot of cubes that top each other, right? You got cubes here. Maybe it's like this, right? Yeah, cubes. Then you got some more cubes, right? More cubes up here, right? Stuff like that. So as you can see, we're playing Minecraft today. Trust me, it all makes sense. Hope that's not the right button. Spacecraft or Mindspace? Mindspace. I like Mindspace. Minecraft Space Edition. I think we should be able to go into space. I think the future of Minecraft is in space. You know, when they finally do the end update, we'll be in space. Trust me. Let's see. Hold on. I am streaming on YouTube now, so I want to make sure I'm not missing anything there. Let's go like this. Oh, I forgot that button doesn't work. No, guys. I got to use the on-screen keyboard because my keyboard doesn't work. We're living in the dark ages right now, guys. I hope you didn't hear the click of the... Every time I click now, you're going to hear even more clicks than usual. Let's click this, and then this. Yeah, there we go, there we go. And then this, and then this. This. Yeah, there we go, there we go. This. Okay. Okay, you didn't hear any clicks. Everything's fine. Okay. Enough distractions. We've got a stream to do, guys. So today, I want to play, since we are doing Community Stream Weekend, and we can play anything we want, you know. I know lots of people played Minecraft, lots of people played on SlackVille. Like I said, I will be getting back. SlackVille will return. But I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to play one of my favorite games of all time. This game's a little old. A little bit. You know, Minecraft's is a little old. But it's had lots of consistent updates over the years, and it's the one game that I used to play in college to really occupy all of my time. Minecraft is my casual playing game. I mean, I play it seriously, don't get me wrong, but this kind of game is a lot harder to do than Minecraft. It requires all of your brain, and that's why I love it. I was thinking about what game to play. I have a library of games that I could play, from Phasmophobia. I know Aaron offered to play. I could play, I recently picked up Minecraft Rivals, which is the new Minecraft Overwatch. No. It's the new Marvel Overwatch type game, not Minecraft. Minecraft is on the brain. It's affecting everything. Marvel Rivals, this is a new Overwatch game, but, you know, it's Marvel related. So, you know, Magneto, Spider-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, that kind of stuff. I picked it up. It's free. I was planning on playing with it with one of my brothers because he really wanted to play. He can't play today, so that was off the table. I'm not only going to play it with him. I'm not interested in those games otherwise. So I was thinking, what game do I want to play that I've never, ever showed you guys? Ever. And it's this game. And the reason why I've never showed you it is because other than the fact that I usually just play Minecraft, this game takes a long time to complete. Sorry. Hi, Eve Studio on YouTube. I saw his comment, and I took a pause there to make sure I could say hi. How's it going? Oh, add in progress on Twitch. I forgot about those. I forgot. So today I want to play Mindspace or whatever, you know? For war? Yeah. It happens. But I want to play Stellaris because, like I said, I have about 3,000 hours in this game, so I know quite a bit about this game. Not quite as many as in Minecraft. I have, I think, 15,000 hours in Minecraft at the very least. Over a dozen accounts. So I've played this game for a long time. Cheese of the day. We can do cheese of the day. We've done it a while. Dave says, I'll watch later. I'm doing a show right now. That's fine. It'll be up on YouTube. Let's do cheese of the day. And I decided to do this today because we have as much time as we want to play until I get bored or hungry or busy. So I thought today would be the perfect time to play a game that takes a long time to finish. But not to say it will take a long time because I'm going to speed it up significantly, but I just want to show you it because it's fun. And I like doing fun things. So let's switch over to some cheese. There you go. Cheese. Cheese. Cheese! Cheese cam. With Minecraft on it. Let me delete that. There we go. Is it working? Hard to see. It's working. Cheese cam, guys. There we go. Cheese cam. You see? It says it up to the top left. Cheese cam. So today's cheese of the day is Humboldt Fog. What is this? Trisymophilia is a passionate hobby of collecting cheese labels. The word comes from the ancient Greek. Trio means cheese. Semio means sign. Philia means love. Trisymophilia. Sounds pretty good to me. And today's cheese of the day, drumroll please, is Humboldt Fog. It's a United Statesian cheese. Look at that. We don't get cheese often from the United States here. I've never heard of it, but it's from the United States. Probably should have if I'm from here, you know, from the States. So it's a semi-soft cheese. That means it's like soft when you touch it, squish it. It's soft ripened, which means it doesn't have a really strong rind. It does have a rind though. Let's see. It's creamy and smooth, which are my favorite types of cheese, right? Like a nice creamy, smooth cheese. Citrusy and herbaceous. That's quite the word, herbaceous. Some words, they just make me giggle. They're so long, needlessly long, right? Herbaceous. Its aroma is floral and goaty. So is it a ghost cheese, huh? Yeah, it's got an R after it. So it's a registered trademark on top of everything else. Registered trademark. Words are hard, guys. I think it's time for more water. And to fix my chair because I'm sinking. Like I said, we're swimming on half a ship now. And I need to raise us up a little here. Go. It's a goat's milk cheese made by Cypress Grove Chever in Arcata, California. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Located in Humboldt County. I guess that's why it's called Humboldt cheese. You know, that makes sense. Most cheeses in Europe are named after the place they come from. Why can't this be named after it, you know? You know? We got like Munster cheese or like, you know, different variations of cheddar. And they're not named after a specific location in the United States, usually. This soft ripened cheese is made using microbial or vegetarian rennet. Oh, so this is a vegetarian cheese. It says that here. Yeah. Vegetarian. For all you vegetarians in the audience, this is a cheese for you. I'm not one. I love all the cheese, so. Featuring a distinctive layer of edible ash. What? Edible ash? Is that what that little black layer down the middle is? Yes. My finger pointer on my computer is red. Just for all of you out there who are curious and couldn't believe your eyes. But we do have this nice black line in the middle. That must be the ash. Why is it like a geological record? Is that how we do cheese now? We got to follow the geological record to figure out when this happened in 4 million BC. Handcrafted with care, Humboldt Fog offers a creamy texture with floral notes, herbaceous, there's herbaceous again, overtones, and a clean, citrusy finish. Oh, herbaceous, by the way? It's like of herbs. Yeah, there are non-vegetarian cheese. That's a good question, actually, right? Because you'd think milk is typically vegetarian because it comes from the cow and the cow doesn't have to die to eat it. There are not many vegan cheeses. So that's essentially the difference between vegan and vegetarian. Vegans only eat plants. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Vegetarians will take some exceptions, like to milk. So why would it not be vegetarian? That's a really good question. And the answer is the rennet. Rennet is one of the key components in making cheese. And unfortunately, close your ears if you don't want to hear this, to fine folks out there in the audience. But rennet comes from baby cows. The insides of baby cows, deep in their stomach. It's a digestive enzyme. And oftentimes they're killed in order to get it. So most cheeses aren't strictly vegetarian by that definition, right? Vegetarians may differ. You know, people are people, and even a seemingly homogenous group, homogenous being self-similar group from the outside, will have different viewpoints within their group. So maybe that's not a line you're willing to cross as a vegetarian. Maybe it is. But in this case, when they talk about vegetarian, that's what they mean. In this case, they're using a special microbial rennet, which means it comes from bacteria, essentially. The bacteria are manufacturing this rather than coming from cows. So that's a really good question. Like, all these fancy words, what do they mean? Things are complicated sometimes, but that's essentially what it means. And it's probably because California has a big vegetarian community ever since the 60s, during what you might call the hippie movement. There's been strong pressure with increasing incomes to, the best way to describe it is buy more expensive food, right? When people have more income, direct discretionary income, they can spend more on things. They usually spend it on food. And when you want to buy fancier food, well, some of the qualities you could look out for are whether it's vegan or vegetarian, whether it's homegrown, right? A local produce. So lots of local markets popped up, in especially California in the 60s, where people were selling locally grown foods. And that grow into things like this, where you get vegetarian cheese. It's a very complex, but very interesting way our food evolves with us as people. My cheese lore has dulled over the last couple of years. Yeah, the last time you were here, we didn't have the cheese cam. So we're living in the future when it comes to cheese. You can see it blinks. That took me about 3 hours to set up. It took a long time to get it to blink. I also want the battery life to go down and then to force me to go back to gaming if I talk too long. I think that would be hilarious that my own stream has a time limit before it sends me back. I'm really hoping I could do that. I've been prototyping it for a while, but I want it to like force me to go play in the game after a while because it's got a little, I don't know if I'm hovering over correctly because I don't see the overlay on my screen, but it has a little cheese battery. Once the cheese pad is done, we'll take us back. It's going to be hilarious when I get it to work. But yeah, that's the cheese of the day, guys. Congrats. I will post it in the chat because I know everyone here, all 18 of you are clamoring for a little bit of cheese lore. So that's today's cheese of the day. And I get this from a place called cheese.com. Yes, there is a cheese.com. Their logo is right there. Cheese.com. And you can search by cheese too. So earlier I said Munster. There's two types of Munster. There's one in Germany, and then there's one in the United States. Or sorry, France. So this is the French one. So it says AOC at the end. That's because it's the French one. So what I want to go is alphabetical, and then by M. And then we'll scroll down to U. Gosh, there's so many categories in M. So that was the one we were just looking at. This is the one. This is my favorite cheese. I can even click on its stores to see where to buy it. But see, this one's from the United States. Oh, it's spelled with the E. I always forget. It's Munster with an E. This is an American cheese. And this was the one I was talking about earlier. You could see it's soft and it's processed. So it's not quite like what, I don't know, Europeans might consider cheese, but this is amazing. This is amazing on cheese pizzas. This is amazing just a snack. It's amazing with fruits. It's amazing on crackers. This unlike, I should say, American cheese, which is super heavy processed. This cheese is still a cheese. They make it with rennet, I think, still. I don't know. See, it's like excellent cheese, pizza, and hamburgers. This is amazing. It's amazing on sandwiches, too. This is my favorite cheese. There's no cheese that's better than this. You can come fight me, you know? I'm from the United States, so maybe I'm a little bit biased. But this is what I used to eat when I was little. When we ever go to the deli aisle, when I was really little, they'd give me a little slice of this to try. And I've been a fan ever since. So, here it comes. Cheese lore. Well, finish the cheese lore now and get back to whatever gaming we're doing. But yeah, I want to play this. Some Stellaris. So, the first thing we're going to do is load into the game and just show you a little bit about this. This is essentially a space combat game. Broken save game. That doesn't sound good. I don't like the sound of that. Why you broke? Why you grumpy, huh? Let me delete those. This happens when it can't upload to the cloud because I have too many saves. You can see I have a couple of saves here. And Steam will only have oh my goodness, there's so many. Steam will only save a certain amount of space to the cloud. You can see here, this is whether it's cloud save or not. It only have a certain amount of space allocated per game, per user. So for me, I have so many saves that it's sort of gone over the limit. But that's okay. You can see these ones are not cloud saved. They're only saved locally. So if I lose my computer, gone forever. What has happened? Can't load selected? Oh, because I'm still in delete mode. Sköll is still alive. I don't believe it. 35 months of Sköll. That's a lot of months. How are you doing, Sköll? I was going to play Phasmophobia originally, but because I'm the last stream today, I thought I'd just play one of my favorite games of all time, something I've never played on the channel before. Anyway, so this is a space game where you manage a space empire and blast planets. I mean, look at that. You blast planets with your giant laser guns. You do all sorts of stuff. You could play Star Wars, you can play 40K. There's lots of amazing mods for that. I mean, of course, this is just the base game with... I shouldn't say just the base game. This is all the DLCs. This is the game I splurge on. I bought all the DLCs to this game. And it's a Paradox game, so think Hearts of Iron 4 or Victoria, along those same lines, but space. and that means it has a lot of DLCs. Or like this is an Ecumenopolis, a city world, like Coruscant from Star Wars, or maybe Terra from 40K, you know, the home world of the humans. It doesn't quite look like that because it's seen some better days in the 40K universe. But, you know, it still has a lot of stuff on it. 216 barrels of rum is a lot of rum. But it's not enough to feed my empire. So I've loaded into a game that I've been playing by myself, just for funs. Just to show you some stuff before we get into an actual game. Where do I even begin? So this is the galaxy. And these are all the individual empires that are in the galaxy. This is one of those map painting games. And every single one of these are custom empires I made myself, and they're all right now being played by AI against me. But every single one of them has a backstory. Like these guys here, they are robot spiders that saw something they should have never seen before the beginning of time, and they decided that the only way to save the universe is to erase all life in the universe, and then erase themselves as final act of penance. They're pretty hardcore. They don't like living things, but I'm a robot, so they're not too chuffed with me right now. So you can take a peek at them. I might not have the audio working. I just thought about that. Fix that. We'll go this, and then we'll go this, and then we'll go yeah, now you should maybe hear something. So, for example, if I click on him, you might be able to hear him make his little screeching noises. They're not friendly, okay? They're giant robot spiders. They're not there for hugs. They're not for hugs and cuddles. They believe all life in the universe should be annihilated. What is that? Aaron goes subscribe at tier 1. 2 months with what faces? Well, thank you. You don't need to do that, but thank you. Thank you. Oh, and it's Twitch subscribe for YouTube. Sorry, Twitch subscribes are different than YouTube. Now we're dancing with cheese. Okay, we're getting the Aaron Glow's work walk on. So yeah, these guys. Why are you doing that to me? Is my internet now? It better not be. What's happened? Still connected to Discord, which is the odd thing here. Am I back? Yeah. Don't know what happened there. I don't know where I left off when I was talking. That's what happens when you're monologuing, you know? Everything cuts out, and then you got to figure out what happened. And Crim of the Dead, yeah. Just like these robots. I was trying to explain the robots. So the robots, they're evil spider robots. They hunger for flesh. They are called the shadow that waits because they wait no longer. Perfection awaits all. Yeah, they want to perfect everyone. And perfecting everyone means turning them to dust. In their language, anyway. I'm trying to stay on target, okay? The internet went out. What can I do with that, okay? Okay? I'm trying. Anyway, these guys are special because they're Gestalt consciousness. In this game, and in fiction, that means that they're controlled by one entity. They're like Skynet, right? From the Terminator movies, or what's a good one? I don't know. There's not a lot of hive minds that are good and really popular fiction. The Borg from Star Trek, right? The Borg have a Borg queen and controls everyone simultaneously. All the different little spider people in this case are controlled by one core. And that's the core right there. This is the one that controls all the other ones. They're like extensions of its body. It's like how your individual cells as a living, breathing human being that I know you are sort of just controlled by you. They are alive and technically separate from you, but they serve only one purpose, and that's to keep you alive. You know, brain cells, stomach cells, skin cells, liver cells. They all do different purposes, but ultimately they serve to keep you alive, hopefully, for as long as possible, right? They're all individual organisms, part of the whole. And that's what a Gestalt consciousness is with whole bodies. Whole bodies are just one little piece of a big whole, controlled by some higher being, or maybe all of them collectively control each other. It's sort of complicated and depends on fiction, but that's what they are. It's one robot hive mind controlling all the other little robots to do its bidding, right? Daleks? The Daleks are different a little bit because they don't necessarily have a hive mind. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Daleks are not a bad example because they're exterminating robots. So think Daleks, but if the Dalek progenitor dude, I forget his name, Davos, controlled all of them with his brain. Like, he could tell them each individually what to do, and they just went and did it without question. I guess that kind of happens in there. It's a little complicated because Doctor Who is complicated, but yeah, sort of, right? So that's what they are. And like I said, I've crafted this empire myself, and then spawned into the game to fight me. So they're determined exterminators. They're determined to eliminate all life in the universe. They're introspective because they think a lot about themselves and their place in the universe. That's why they kind of want to perfect everything. And they're little spider machines born on a robot planet. So if we go to their home world, it should be like 0001 or something like that. Yeah. This world is a machine world. And that's actually one of the things why I wanted to load this game to show you guys. It's just the cool visuals in this game. This is their home system. This is where they come from. They destroyed all life on their planet and replaced it with essentially robot parts, right? So you can see there's no living things on the planet at all anymore. No grass, no trees, nothing even in the atmosphere. Nothing. They completely expunged it of all life, all microbial life, everything. And turned the entire surface into basically a production hub for machines. And this is where they came from. You can see that they have all these research buildings here so they could make as much research as possible. And they're also producing robots here, right? So you can see them assembling them here. And these are all their little population guys. These are all what they're doing. They're mining stuff. They're making energy, which is one of the resources in the game. Energy is especially money. Minerals is like how you build things. Food is how you feed people. They don't care about food because they're robots. So you can see they're not producing any food here. And not any quantity that matters. So they eat energy because they're robots. You need to turn them on, But actually, they're not too angry with me. I mean, they're not happy with me, obviously, because I'm alive. But they're not too angry with me because me, over here, I am robots too. We didn't start as robots. I evolved into robots. Maybe I could go here. It's the best place to see it. Yeah, here we go. So you see, we're these little humanoid robots. We started out as like monkey people, and then we evolved into robots. And we are the Republic of Buccaneers. We are a... actually, I can read their little species blurb, I think. So if I could find my species, these are all the different species in the galaxy. Right now, this is just my empire, though. And if I sort it by population, we could find me. So this is my original species here. It's either sort of monkey people. And if I look here, where do I see it? Here. Pirate is such a harsh word. Why pillage and plunder under no banner when you get paid to do the same under ours? This republic has not always stood on solid ground, but the unifying principle of solidarity and profit has always stood firm. It's what brought together all these warring privateer clans into one Buccaneer Republic. After all, and eventually, instead of just getting paid to shoot first and ask questions never, oops, I clicked out. They started calling all the shots themselves. Just remember not to call them pirates, and maybe their guns will not be yours to call. For a reasonable price, of course. So we are a megacorp. Like, imagine, because this is space fiction, right? This is sort of in the future. So imagine if the whole planet, in this case, we have a cute little water world, was ruled by all these independent governments, but then there was one corporation, one essentially privatized enterprise. They became so powerful, they just ruled the whole planet by themselves. Instead of a government running you, it's a corporation. That's what we are. We are a mega corporation. In this case, we're pirates. We don't like to be called pirates, though. We're buccaneers or privateers. We are essentially pirates for pay, right? The more civilized kind of pirates that fly under someone else's banner. And eventually those privateers took over the whole planet, started ruling it themselves, and then they went to space. So that's why we live in a water world. We're a water species. And then somewhere in our evolution, we became robots because robots are cool. So actually, those robots, if we look at them, I'm gonna click on one of their planets, and we can look at their reputation with them. You can see we have terrible reputations, mostly because they're, let's see, genocidal, right? You can see our opinion of them in the middle of there. Terror bombing, they blow up our buildings. They're genocidal. So we're not big fans of them, but they're not too angry at us. They don't like us because we're a crisis empire, which in this case means we're going to cause the apocalypse, the galactic apocalypse, but it's okay. It's okay. We're not going to kill everyone, just mostly everyone. Unlike them, who wants to kill everyone, we're going to accidentally, not on purpose, kill lots of people. And, you know, it happens, but it's all mini progress because we're trying to unlock the secrets of the universe in this timeline. And that involves rewriting the fabric of reality, which may or not destroy people. Maybe, you know, who knows? But they're not happy about that because they want to kill everyone first. So they're not happy we're doing it first. And then there's other empires here, like these guys are essentially, they're like the president of the galaxy. These guys here. They're the galactic custodian. Their job is to protect the galaxy from threats. Because right now we're being faced by, or actually I defeated them not too long ago. We're being faced by one of the crises in the game, which is like the end game boss essentially in this game. And it was what they call the contingency, which are essentially robots that do what they want to do, right? Similar, but way more powerful and way more dangerous. And they also want to kill them too. So we destroyed them using our water guns. You know, we live in a water world, we're pirates, so of course we use squirt guns in space. This is my big squirt gun. It can turn water planets into water planets, essentially. I'm not at war with anyone to show you, but it just shoots water. that's literally all it does. If I look at here, you can see it's the deluge machine, which it just sprays water. Fearless facts. Oh, that's okay. You want some facts? Let me see. Fact number 1, water hurts when you drop enough of it to drown your whole planet. That's what we did to the crisis, and they didn't like that. You know, they're robots, so they really didn't like water too much. So they blew up their planet rather than turning into water. They were not too happy with my my extravaganza here. So they blew themselves up rather than face my squirt gun. We're not going to play this game, simply for the fact that the game is pretty laggy. I'm not sure what it's going to do to the stream. Trying to render the game and stream at the same time, maybe. I mean, we could play this. I was thinking I would load into a game and accelerate everything, because you could change a bunch of the settings of the game, and I would just speed the game up so fast, and we could see a lot of the early game. Oh my god, I could check the gateway. Oh, these are like teleportation things. Let's see. And there we go. There we go. Look at that. This game's gorgeous. I love the way this game looks. I mean, it's an old game, so it's not as pretty as like newer space games, but look at that right there. This is like a highway, right? You can go from this to this across every system. Just following those along. Let's see, where's the next one? There should be another one in here, right? Yeah, there it is. So that's sort of like a highway. But the one that just completed right next to it, sort of like teleportation. Anywhere in the galaxy, there's another one of these. And I have control over it, or my friends do. I could go right in and see, just teleport my whole fleet on the other side. Okay. Where's a pretty place to look at? Oh, let's go see an Ecumenopolis. So an Ecumenopolis is a big fancy word, but it essentially means city planet. And this is one of them. Coruscant in Star Wars is probably a good example. Maybe, I was trying to think. I mean, I don't think Gallifrey, like the Time World, Homeworld of Doctor Who, is technically an Ecumenopolis because they have sand and stuff. They've got places that aren't covered in city. Coruscant, though, in Star Wars is probably the best example. There's a couple of other examples in Star Wars. I don't know. Any planet that's a city planet. Sandrilla, the homeworld of one of the characters in Star Wars, the leader of the New Republic. That's I think that's an Ecumenopolis. Alderaan, I think, is pretty close. They do have grass on it, but there's a lot of city on it. So this is a city world. You could see all the different roads. You could see buildings piercing up into the cloud layer. This whole planet is just covered in buildings, from top to bottom. Oops. That's what I get for clicking away. And these are actually pretty expensive in-game, but I have a bajillion of them. So we could go here. Here's another one. And I built these rings around them. These rings essentially extend the power of the planet. But look at that. The whole planet covered in the city. What are some good planets? So, like I said, these guys are the sort of like the presidents of the galaxy, and they're also robots, but they're good robots. Well, less dangerous robots, I should say. It's also a hive mind too. It's a replicator, like it's creating more of itself. This one's also a polluter, so it tends to destroy its planets. But you can see it also has a machine world for capital. What other planets does it have? More machine worlds. Yeah. Oh, it has a relic world. Look at this. Okay. So this is a special world. Do you hear it? This world is very special. You hear it singing? One of the things that is special about this game, about Stellaris, is you can essentially play in a galaxy that's already seen many things long before you ever develop spaceflight. And this is one of them. This is a relic world. You can see it's very similar to our Ecumenopolis. It has those similar rings, but it looks a little off, doesn't it? A lot more brown. And it's because this world was an Ecumenopolis in ages past, eons past, long in the ancient past of this solar system. There was an empire that called this place home and made their very own Ecumenopolis right here. But through some great cataclysm, they were lost to history, and their planet with them turned to ash, dust. And this is all that's left. A relic of a bygone age, literally. A very special world, rare in the galaxy, and representing some great cataclysm, apocalypse that befell the worlds long before we ever got here. You can even see it has water on the surface. It's a very strange planet. And it has its own musical cue, which is kind of fancy. And they have one of those. I had one too. A special one. Right, those are special worlds, but this is the specialist world because this one is an event tied to it. It had a in the game they call it archaeology sites, so you can actually like research the history of this world. Essentially, all these people starved to death and died, and their world was turned into a relic world. But through the power of my great economy, I was able to restore it back to its former glory. So it's a former relic world. This Ecumenopolis was once an abandoned relic world. Most of the old ruins were repurposed or cleared away when the planet-wide city was rebuilt. But there are still many sites that are of ancient scientific value. Okay? So this cute little world was restored from some former glory. You guys will see blue is sort of my color, my guys' color, so there's lots of blue in the planets. Because depending on what the colors of my species are, I'll actually feel like the colors of my ships and the planets and stuff when I turn them into Ecumenopolises. That's a really big word. There's also other types of worlds. Let's see. All sorts of fancy stuff. I just want to look at pretty things. My favorite thing to do in this game, other than playing it and destroying things. So no, that's not going to work here. So this was, speaking of ancient empires, this was its own ancient empire that managed to survive to the modern day. They're called fallen empires in the lore of Stellaris. I don't know if there's anyone still alive. I've played this game for a long time, so I kind of destroyed them all. Mostly because they keep trying to kill me, and that's kind of rude. But I ended up conquering this one. So they had some really nice planets. In this case, they were a holy empire. So they were big on religion and sort of superstitious. But all their worlds are in-game called Gaia worlds. Think, I don't know, the world from Avatar. Those blue people, the blue people with bows. This is sort of like their world, right? Lush in every sense of the word and perfectly habitable for every species that you could ever imagine. Super powerful world. And beautiful just the same. What else do I want to show you? There's another hive mind over here, another robot hive mind. This one started on a relic world, so I want to see if he still has it. Yeah, he still does, I think. So this empire's origin is that it was one of those ancient forgotten empires that was pounded to dust in some long galactic war. But in this case, with these guys, they have a different story than your just normal destroyed empire. They were actually the security network of an organic empire. So they were essentially the security droid. Its task was protecting that empire. And when that empire was destroyed, all those species that made up that empire were gone, lost to the history, even to them. But on this lone city world, with miles and miles of city between this you know, the surface space and the bottom, just one little itty bitty server housing the code of this ancient security force and to survive. And connected to the bowels of an ancient city world such as this, they were able to bring things back online to some degree, right? And rebuild themselves. They lost lots of their ancient knowledge, being destroyed in such the way they were, but they believe it their right to reclaim the galaxy in the name of some undead master that they don't even remember. So they're focused on the military. If we look at them, they have these tactical algorithms trait. They were designed for war games and fleet support, so they have like special leaders, special military leaders. They're also warbots, since they were a security force. They get special damage. And then they take the third one themselves. So this AI empire decided that they are a diplomat in this game. I think here, yeah, you can see this civilization once spanned the void, controlling much of the galaxy. They were eventually defeated and almost destroyed. But for a long period of destitution, they're returning to the stars. See, isn't that cool? Are these guys cool? So they're called the Defense Directorate in this case. They're a cute little planet. What else do we have? Lots of my AI empires are destroyed, so not many of them survived. I'm actually just noticing most of them are robots. That's a robot. That's a robot. That's a robot. This guy's a robot too. These ones are special too, in that they're beyond ancient. They're timeless almost. These eternal machines trap themselves, well, in the bowels of a planet like this to hide themselves from the outer world. But then they realized that they really wanted to explore the cosmos. So eventually let themselves loose. Ooh, look at this. This is a cosmic storm, so they're having a storm in their system. So they're essentially just robots that wanted to explore the stars, but they're not a hive mind, unlike the other ones. They're actually individualist, which means that each robot has their own personality. They have their own AI. They have their own thoughts and feelings about the world around them. They're not controlled by one super machine. And they're not genocidal. They don't want to kill people. They're actually pretty friendly. Right now, they're part of their own federation. They federated with these guys here. So they banded together to say they want to save each other and stop chaos such as me from destroying them. Hello, Relic. How's it going? So you can see they're sort of humanoid. Let's see. They're also slavers, apparently. Well, they're not having a good time. So maybe they're not as friendly as I thought. And then these other ones are actually not ones I spawned in the game. They just spawned from, well, let me show you. I didn't tell them to spawn. They just happened. Because in this game, you also have planets with people who haven't gone to space yet. They're not having a good time. So these guys are a species that right now... Oh, they're hive mind. Fancy. This is a species that hasn't yet gone to space. Right now, they're in the steam age. So they're before the industrial age. Right now, you know, they're running around with choo-choo trains with steam coming out the top kind of deal. They don't even know I exist. But we're observing them, I think. Yeah, we got a little observation platform here that's cloaked. Sort of Star Trek style, so you can watch them. They've had a bad time, though. Their world is a special world, too. This is a tomb world. You can see it's a little bleak. And it's kind of because they had a nuclear apocalypse at one point. So this species was once probably closer to spaceflight than I would like to admit. And then they nuked themselves back to the Stone Age. So now they're progressing to the ages once again. They've managed to get back to the Steam Age now. But they're also special because they're a hive mind. So they're not just like, I don't know, humans running around on a planet, throwing cave stuff around. This is a hive mind that's yet to reach space. So when they do reach space, they form their own empire, and that's what these guys are actually here. This Southern Rothic States was originally a pre-FTL, that's what they call them in this game. Such a pre-space flight empire. They managed to make it to the stars and carve their own space in the galaxy. And so are these guys here, this church. And then they banded together with these robots here to form their own little federation. I changed the modes, I can show you. See, they're purple together. They're part of the same group. Mutual defense, essentially. I forget what their group is called. Here it is. The Pan-Galactic Assembly. So they're in a federation together. Sort of like a federation of Star Trek, actually. A bunch of independent empires working together. But you can see I'm actually on my own color, too. And I occupy quite a bit of the galaxy. And that's because we have our own federation here. Since we are the Republic of Buccaneers. And we are a bit full of ourselves, being privateers and pirates. Ours, let me see, it's up here. Ours is called the Galactic Republic. Right, so we got our cute little federation here, too. I am the permanent leader because I've sort of structured the laws in such a way that I'll be the leader forever and ever and ever. And all the people in it, I said these robots here are under me, so they do whatever I want. I sort of bullied them into doing whatever I want. For example, these guys, they're my little guys. These guys were a pre-FTL that formed in my borders. And since I'm a xenophile, let me see how to see that. I'm a xenophile, which means I love aliens. I sort of couldn't say no when they wanted to reach for the stars, but that's okay. Even though they were in my borders and they took control of their own little space here, I eventually went to war with them and claimed them as ours again. So this is another example of one of those pre-spaceflight dudes reaching into space. And they're actually, let's see. They are, I think they're bugs. That's kind of cool. What else? Oh, there's these guys here. Remember that DFTL that had a tomb world? The world was run in nuclear hellfire? Well, these guys started the same way. This is an empire that I designed myself, though. So they have this beautiful planet here, Nuclear Falls. Long time ago, they developed the robot population to serve them. They were little robot artists making all sorts of art. And those robots decided that, well, the living species that created them was sort of spoiling the art by moving around and fidgeting too much. So it started a planet-wide genocide, Terminator style. And these guys had a nuclear planet to survive. So you can see they're a little disfigured and things are looking a little rough on their planet. But they managed to get out from the other side, intact mostly. But they sort of don't like people. They're fanatic militarists, which means they like to declare war and defend themselves. They're ruled by a military junta. In this case, that means that they're ruled by some admirals or generals in their military. You can see they also have a distinguished admiralty. And I attacked them and brought them into the fold with me. So they're under me now. But they're not too happy about it because they really don't like aliens. They're not a big fan. What else? What other empire we can look at? We could look at these guys. You want to see some genocidal non-robots? So these guys are the Desolate Host. They're kind of creepy. They're sort of like slugs that attach people's heads. Take them over in the name of their own hive mind. Because they're a ravenous hive. In this case, they want to consume the whole galaxy. Unlike the robots that want to destroy the galaxy, these guys want to eat it. Or add it to the fold, as it were. Their home planet is the Host of Desolation, which is, I think, a hive world. Which is a special type of world for hive empires, right? Let's see. Maybe, what is it? No, they haven't turned it into a hive world. So this is an alpine world. This is one of the other world types in the game. This is one of the basic world types. They haven't done anything special with it. This world is covered in mountains and stuff. So they haven't turned it into anything special, which I'm sort of surprised by. I thought they would. This one's a hive world, though. Hive worlds are special because they're covered in essentially hive filth. I think the Tyranids from 40k, or it's another good example. There's lots of good examples from fiction, but essentially it's just a world that's covered in muck. Oh, you know what would be a good example? The Flood from Halo. A planet covered in the Flood. It's essentially what this is, right? You can see even the planet is a little putrid. It's even radiated down in space. Nothing except for the hive population could live here. Everything on the planet serves the hive. It's all part of the hive mind. It's like assimilated all the trees and all the fungal growth and all the plant life and animal life and bacterial life. Everything serves the hive on this kind of world. So it's literally hostile to anything else except for the hive that owns it. Super gross, but super interesting. And like I said, these guys want to consume the galaxy, so they're not too friendly. They're also zombies in this case. If you've ever seen The Last of Us with the cordyceps drones, where they have this weird fungus growing out of their face, these guys are that fungus here. But that fungus became spacefaring in this case. They're not too friendly. They'll enslave and fungify everything they touch. Super nasty, but super cool. They're actually who I want to declare war on next in this save. I want to go to war with them, grab their population, and remember I said we're not really the good guys. We may or may not destroy the galaxy. I know it was a while ago when I said that, but yeah, we may not cause an apocalypse or two on a universal scale, maybe. You know, usually apocalypses are galactic scale or planetary scale. We might cause a universal apocalypse because we want to go into a black hole and travel to another universe. And in order to do that, we need a lot of computing power. If you've ever seen The Matrix, in The Matrix, they talk about storing people for battery power, for energy. Well, we want their brains for computing power. You know, just a lot of calculators is what we're looking for. And these guys they're genocidal anyway. They're not too friendly. So I kind of want to, you know, suck them all up in a little vacuum cleaner and put them in my research structure. I haven't built it yet because it's pretty dangerous to build. But we're going to build a giant, what is it in this game called? I forget. Let me see. It's essentially a giant supercomputer that uses people's bodies to make computing power. Synaptic lathe, this here. Essentially it's a giant refrigerator with people's brains in it. Where we compute really fast so we can research really good. Right? We're researching all this stuff. And you see it's taking 10 months, 15 months, 20 months. That's too long, okay, for major breakthroughs in scientific power. So we're just going to eat these guys up and turn the brains into soup. Nobody likes them anyway, so it's not going to be too bad. And I think I'm going to do something similar to these guys. They own a lot of planets. You can see they own a substantial portion of the galaxy. They've killed a lot of people. One of the reasons why I like playing with my own custom empires, because at this point, it's like, how do you tell what they conquered? Well, since I know the empires, I could, for example, see that this was the capital of one of them. This was the capital of a robot. A robot corp. Where is that? Here. Oh, did they change the name of it? I think these robots changed the name of this planet. But this one used to be a bunch of corpo robots. A megacorp made of robots, essentially. They wanted to sell people stuff. And they killed them. The Shadow of the Waits killed those guys. And that was their capital system, because it has a unique name. Let's see, can I spot any other unique name systems here? But stuff like that allows me to see some of the history of the galaxy without knowing it. If you play a game with random empires, just generated by the game itself, you might get a pretty poor selection of empires, but you also won't get that history of the galaxy. I'm not seeing anything else that strikes me as something. Oh, this one was. Oops. I can't remember what empire this was. This is one of the new ones I made. But let's see, where's the planet? Oh, they changed its name too. So the Festival Kept was this is a sort of that was a really friendly empire too. So sad that it died, but that was their capital system. I'll show you guys when we go to create our own game. But you know, we spent about an hour admiring the galaxy. I think it's good now to maybe jump into our own game and explore what the game actually has to offer. So like I said, I've created all my own custom empires that I usually play with. I've created a lot of them, so I can't remember the stories of all of them. But I think those guys we just saw, the capital, Festival Kept, was these guys here. They're galactic curators, so they want to preserve the history of the galaxy. And they're also peace masters, which they master space. They master space fauna, you know, space animals. That's essentially these guys. So they died. They did not make it. They were murderized. You can see here that their star name is Festival Kept, so it was them. And then the robots that died and didn't make it were these guys. They're corporate hedonists, so they thrive in pleasure. Think Hedonism Bot from Futurama. Have you ever seen Futurama? It's a fairly old show, but they've reconfigured it so many times, and I think it has even a new season on Hulu or something like that. But I think a robot that for some reason is obsessed with pleasure, and that's these guys here. They want to essentially buy stuff and sell stuff just to maintain that lavish lifestyle they have. You can see here there was that plunge pool of the nuclear falls here. And I do have an alternate version of them where the robots won, and it's these guys. So it's the same world. Similar story, except these guys managed to live. And, well, here's the same dudes we were just looking at before. Essentially turned into cattle for these guys. Pretty rough stuff. Or we have those robots that are eternal, that live in a middle of nowhere. Here. Oh, you know what? I think these guys were also in that space, and I didn't see their planet. But this is a plant species that essentially believes himself to be perfect in every single way. So they have... this is actually a pretty powerful empire if they could get going. They can't evolve because all these traits are protected because they believe their genome is perfect, as you can see here. Perfection has a name, and it is the flawless. They believe their genetic genome has been untouched for eons, and they want to keep it that way. But being as perfect as they are, the flawless believe the only way to distinguish themselves from their peers is through their work. Equity and equality are key aspects of their society, and a primary focus of any aspiring flawless. Again, flawless is the name of the species. Many of those peers were, however, worried that other species among the stars may be willing to defile their bodies. The flawless must be ready to preserve their perfection at any cost, be it through their massive healthcare system, the massive healthcare systems they use to maintain their status quo, or war if they feel their perfection is threatened. So these guys are special because they have like bonuses from their genomic services center here. Right? They get like massive production bonuses. They're super special, but they're dead in my current game. You can see they are... They're xenophobes. They don't like aliens because they think aliens are kind of gross. And they're egalitarian because they believe in equality. So... what else do we have? Oh, these guys. These guys, I didn't show you them in game, but I also peacefully conquered these ones. I brought them into my fold. I didn't destroy them, so they still existed, but they were under me. They're special because they live on something called a ring world. I didn't even show you ring world in game. But a ring world essentially is something like from Halo, directly from Halo. The rings from Halo. To load back in real quick, I could show you their capital system. They essentially were a pre-FTL placed on a giant megastructure in the middle of the galaxy. And because they formed in such a strange way, essentially on a giant disk floating through space, they're obsessed with technology and hoarding it for themselves. So they're very technology focused. They're sort of like the Vulcans from Star Trek in that kind of way. They're obsessed with knowledge and hoarding it to a point where they digitize people's bodies after they die. Their minds anyway, to store them for later. So sort of like Star Trek from the Star Trek holodeck, you could contact any of their past leaders and ask them for advice. Right, they're here. And their star system is called Magnum Opus, and their planet is called Breakthrough. Here we go. So this is their ring world. You can see. It's a little hard to see because they have a bunch of junk floating in the middle. It's essentially a giant ring around a star. They even have like a Dyson swarm, siphoning energy from the star. That's different from the ring world. That's something else they built, though. And you can see if we zoom in on this particular segment, they live here. So you can see it has essentially a surface like a planet, much like the Halo rings, right? And they live here on the surface. And they evolved as a pre-FTL here. Maybe they were put here by an ancient empire. Maybe they were an ancient empire themselves and were thrown back into the Stone Age. Because if you look, and I don't know why they haven't fixed it yet. The species then, not like the game developers, but the species hasn't fixed it yet. These other sections were damaged in some great cataclysm in the past. This one over here even was destroyed by what they call the interloper. A planet went right through the ring, destroying it on this side. See, it's totally destroyed. So they're not having such a good time over here. But because they formed on such a galactic megastructure, they're sort of obsessed with technology. And that's why I sort of took them into my fold and made them a vassal. You can see they've evolved into robots themselves, sort of like I have. They're a Stellarium vassal, which just means they feed me technology, since they're so obsessed with it. But they're technocracy, which means that they, essentially the ruling class in this empire are scientists, right? It's sort of scientists had the run of the planet. And like I said, they store people's knowledge in vaults, so they can go back and ask them questions, essentially. It provides great knowledge for people in the future. And you can also see that they're classified as erudite explorers. They're all about exploring and grabbing knowledge. And in this case, they're called the University Academic Libraries because they're a university with a bunch of libraries. They store books and knowledge and stuff. And their leader is even called the dean, sort of like a dean of a college. Pretty cool stuff, huh? I just wanted to show you the ring worlds because they're kind of cool in game. And in game, there's 4 different sections that you can colonize here. One is obviously destroyed by that giant ball that went right through the middle. But if I wanted to show you ones that aren't destroyed, right next to them, actually, it's funny, it's right next to them, was a fallen empire, one of those ancient empires from a long begone, forgotten era. It used to be a robot empire, but they didn't have such a good time because during the galactic crisis that formed during my species' lifetimes, they went haywire. They're sort of dormant robot empire that sort of lost their minds because their such a processing unit was destroyed. As you can see, it's a black hole. They're not doing so good. They're doing terribly. They're essentially the center of their AI was destroyed by a black hole. in some great cataclysm in the past. So they weren't doing so good. They went errant during the crisis, and this other robot empire destroyed them. But they lived on ring worlds because they're fancy like that. So you can see here another ring world. You can see some of that was even destroyed sometime long in the past, but they lived on that. And they had a couple of them here. Another one here. This one was entirely destroyed, so there's nothing left for anyone to live on right now. But you can actually repair these two and bring it back to its former glory. You can see, not doing so good. Not doing especially good because they're dead. But those are just some of the cool structures in game. Like I said, I actually want to start a game and play a little bit. So I'm going to speed everything up so we can just see some of the beginning of this game and get to fighting and stuff. I want to destroy some stuff. Feeling that urge. And I was thinking I could do essentially the game that I just showed you, but in this fast speed, or I could play one of my other empires. I don't know if there's anyone left alive in chat, but if you have a recommendation for one of my empires to play, or maybe even a custom empire, I will play it. If you don't, I'm going to pick one. So just to give you a sampling of what other empires we have more robots. We have some religious people whose planet was blown up sometime in the past. They formed a religion out of the person who essentially told them the apocalypse was coming. We have that robot empire. I've been meaning to play them again. Go on and kill the galaxy. These guys are cool. They're one of my favorites. We have these guys who are clones. Like, think of the clones from Star Wars if they had their own empire. Similar to the other robot empire I showed you. They once dominated the galaxy at the behest of another empire. So they were uplifted from a pre-sapient species, which means that they sort of like chimps. They're sort of like chimps, modern chimps in real life. They were smart, but not smart enough to form their own society and take over the planet. And some ancient empire brought them up and made them smart again. Yeah, so these guys are clones. They were in charge of the army of some ancient empire, but the ancient empire was destroyed. And they've decided to go out on their own and claim the galaxy for themselves. The galaxy was theirs once more, but this time, however, they'll claim it for only themselves instead of only for those that use them. These guys play special. They're very special. I have a different version of them that's even harder. Somewhere in this list. What else? We have we have these guys. This is the Roman Empire, but in space. So the Earth was destroyed, and the Roman Empire took over a space station above the planet. I even have another Roman Empire here. Or this one's special too. This is the Roman Republic. So it's not the Empire. This is the Roman Republic. So they have a consul instead of an emperor. And they're psychic. They can see the future, which is how they manage to survive in a space. You can see they even have like the fascists, which is the axe with the wood in front of it. That's what they call that in Roman or Latin, I should say, which was like the symbol of Roman Republic power at the time. And yes, it does have the same origin as a more modern word with a similar sounding name. Yeah. So these guys are pretty cool. And I did customly make this empire. They even have Roman names too, if we look here. So you could get like Numenera, Furnera, Decimus, Verundus. So Decimus kind of sounds like a number, right? Like the number 10, and that's because it is. Or Quintus is the number 5. In ancient Roman times, sometimes they named their sons and daughters numbers, right? So this is like the 5th of his name, essentially. That's what that means. He's the 5th Patroclus. So if you had brothers or siblings, you might just be numbered in order of your birth, especially with twins. You would have, the primary and the secondary, essentially. 1 and 2. So it sounds kind of harsh these days, but that's just how they named their people. So Decimus wouldn't be 10. He'd be number 10. Sometimes there wouldn't be like 10 siblings. Sometimes they just like the name and they give it to you. But sometimes, or like you'd be the 10th son, right? So your dad might be 9, your grandpa might be 8, something like that. So instead of juniors and seniors, you'd just be named in order of number. They're pretty fun. They're one of my favorite empires to play. Let's see. More hive minds. These guys are special because they're sort of like the Galactic Police. They are a parasite species that feeds off of these alligators here. But they felt really bad about it. So they brought the alligators back up after conquering them in some long forgotten war. They brought them back up and gave them equal rights. And they believe they want to do that to the rest of the galaxy by giving everyone rights and stuff. It's kind of weird, but they're super militaristic. They want to, they're fanatic pacifists, so they don't want to fight. I shouldn't say militarist. They're fanatic pacifists. They don't want to fight because they believe in peace and love and all that kind of stuff. These guys are the Katoran Assembly of Trustees. They're K-A-T. They're cats. They're cats. These guys, I think they live in a democracy, but they're actually controlled by some sort of weird shadow council type thing, like the Illuminati type stuff. Cat Illuminati. They start with robots because that's their origin. And those robots are actually spy devices for their ruling class to watch them and make sure they behave. What else do we have? These guys are another corporation, but they turned their world into a tomb world through essentially needless environmental damage. And they were a ship production company, so they made ships and planes. And now they want to do the same in space, essentially their origin. So they're really good at making really nice stuff. But they end up destroying every planet they live on. So this is a bug. This is like if an ant colony went to space, right? They want to eat everything and conquer it. These guys are knights in space. They're kind of fun. During what would be the equivalent of a Renaissance or a medieval period, the beings of Alluvial, which is their homeworld, were hit with a great catastrophe as a toxic entity laid waste to much of the world. So this toxic entity was a massive spacefaring creature that sort of destroyed their planet. Many died, but some of those who remained were among a militant holy order during, like I said, their Renaissance or medieval period. Like it's a holy order, like the Crusades type deal. There's another ad playing? Rude. I probably should have snoozed it. Or someone else has been using my snoozes, which I appreciate. Whatever moderator's doing that, I appreciate you. But we got to wait until the ad is over. What is it? How long do we got to wait? I can't see how long we're going to wait, but I'll continue anyway. So the essential thing about these guys is a militant holy order that took over the planet after a so great apocalypse. So they want to do crusades on the rest of the galaxy. They want to conquer everyone. And they sort of have mythological heroes, like their king version of King Arthur in their past. So these guys are pretty toxic to actually be around. They're literally noxious. They're poisonous. And that's thanks to that toxic, massive entity that entered their planet and sort of did them in. What else? I wish this ad would be over. Okay, I'm going to make it bigger. 14 seconds. Okay, we don't got that long. Okay, we're back now. There was an ad, sorry. So these guys are essentially a holy order. They're like crusading knights that have gone to space because of some great cataclysm in their past. They want to do crusades on everyone, and they come with special liberation wars where they liberate people. These guys are special because they live in toxic vats. They're super toxic. So much so that they've modified their bodies to survive in it. You can even see the sediment at the bottom. They live in this disgusting ooze that gives them superpowers, essentially, allowing them to think faster and not live as long, that's toxic, but grow faster, too. What else? We got these guys who were slaves to some galactic space trader who managed to escape, founding a colony called Liberation on this random Arctic world. They're not just this species. There are a bunch of other different species all cobbled together. They're fun to play too, because they're so unique, because they can essentially live anywhere, because they got a little bit of everything inside them, inside their empire. It also means that they're sort of a bit rebellious, because they're a bunch of former slaves. So their whole thing is that they're essentially like communism in space, right? They believe in sharing the burden equally between everyone, and they kind of had to because they live essentially in their own apocalypse, escaped slaves from some intergalactic empire, having to form their own way in the galaxy. The only way they were going to survive is working together. So they have strong feelings about other empires being free or not. So they're very willing to go to war to protect people if it means that they get to be free. Freedom is sort of their whole religion. Or we have other megacorps here. This is a canning company. I sort of styled this, again, about Futurama. Sort of styled this after Mom Corp in Futurama, where they're forever friendly canning company. Right? But they're not friendly at all. Because they believe in employing you even after you die. Like, even if you die, your debts haven't been paid, so they bring you back as a reanimated corpse to serve the corporation. Right? And they're also fish, but they're a canning company, so that implies lots of very, very strange things, doesn't it? And they're also forever in the literal sense that you never escape, even when you die. They're also waterborne, so they're essentially space dolphins that believe in turning everyone into their little corporate slaves. Rough stuff, huh? Over here, we got my own version of the Borg. They either live on a ring world segment or or a machine world, depending on it. Essentially have the same blurb as what the Borg say every time they meet someone. We have these guys, which are spies. Think, I don't know. Think if James Bond decided to conquer the whole planet, and then that was what it became the ruling agency, or like if the CIA decided, or FBI decided that they were to rule the whole planet. This is them. So their species are actually literally called agents, because they took over the planet and they teach the species that they need to keep secrets and stuff. It's part of some sort of fear campaign, right? And because assassination is a whole part of their culture, it's literally ingrained in their culture, literally cutthroat politics. And the leader is literally called the subversion director, right? Sort of like 1984 type deal. They're not having such a good time on that planet. Now, a lot of these guys don't have a very good time. What else? Got the Roman Empire. This is not the ancient Roman Empire. This is just some dude that decided he's going to make the Roman Empire. I think Caesar from, what is it? Fallout New Vegas? Right? Just some dude who read about the Roman Empire, thought it was cool and conquered the planet. Right? That one's interesting. Has a very unique mechanics to the game. I just inserted Vulcans as like one of those species that I can just plop in if I need to. So these are literally just the Vulcans for Star Trek. The Confederacy of Vulcan. They're rational consensus. They don't have any emotions. Their architecture isn't beautiful. And they're technocratic, which means they believe in research. And their ruler is the First Minister, which is, as best I could find, is true to their lore. We have these guys who have a destroyed planet in their solar system, and that caused a massive panic. So they're actually split between two different planets in their starting system. One planet is pre-FTL because they refuse to go to space because space is scary. And you have to sort of juggle them along with your normal Empire needs. There's the Buccaneers that I was playing at. There's the Preservation Society. They believe in preserving planets and stuff. So they're sort of super in tune with life and living. What else we got here? We got these two guys. These guys are the same species, but they went through a portal. Transform. These guys are super scientific minded. They're the Commonwealth of the Final Frontier. They want to research stuff and go into space. So they're super obsessed with space travel and dark matter. These guys are the religious version of them. Essentially, a religious cult traveled through a portal, and this is what became of them. Their species literally changed slightly. They believe much the same things, but instead of focusing on science, they worship a giant terror in their space reality right above their planet. The same one that brought them here. What else? We got some normal Earth nations. This one, they were greeted by, they were pre-FTLs greeted by some spacefaring civilization that took advantage of them. So there was a massive war in their starting system in Earth, in this case. They killed billions, and the only way to survive was the United Nations took over the Earth, rallying all the independent nations as a last-ditch effort to save themselves. Sort of like, what is that movie? Independence Day. If you've ever seen Independence Day, this is the empire that was formed after Independence Day, right? They came to space in order to get revenge on some spacefaring empire that knocked them down a peg. This one had a similar origin, but Venus was destroyed in some great cataclysmic event by some spacefaring civilization. So they're much more fractionated. They never had a chance to unify. So they have a very strong parliamentary system. So on this one, all the different countries are still semi-independent. Even though they have a national unifying body that represents them on the galactic stage. So they have a very strong parliamentary system where different factions vie for control. Very different origin based on some differences in their past. So that's just like a quick look through many of the empires I have. Since no one suggested anything, I think I want to play... I want to play something I've done before, so I can show you more of the mechanics. I'll play these guys. Like this. Same one I played before. We got to decide what we want to play on. So I think I want to play on... Let's do a normal spiral galaxy. So in real life, the Milky Way, our galaxy, the one we live in, is a spiral galaxy. It has these beautiful spiraling arms. But in this version, in this game, you can change. There's all sorts of weird shaped galaxies. Elliptical galaxies are other types of galaxies that actually exist in real life, and so do ring galaxies. This is essentially a big cloud of stars around a central galactic disk. This one's just a big ball of stars. These ones are arms, where there's individual arms, where there's heavily concentrated star material. And I can choose number of arms. 4 arms is pretty good. There's barred spiral, which is essentially there's only 2 big spiral arms. And a big chunky center, as you can see. There's Starburst, where this one's missing an arm, actually, on the right side. So it is an armed galaxy, but it's missing one. That one's fun to play as well. And then there's some less than real. This weird Cartworld galaxy, where instead of having arms, it has these weird, disjointed, disconnected segments. And this one is just, like, totally ridiculous. It has these weird, like, flower petals coming out from the center. Let's play Starburst. I'm going to play on the hardest difficulty because I'm really good at this game. That's not a brag either. I'm just pretty good at this game. And then we're going to go to advanced settings, and I'm going to speed things up. Let's see. Let's see here. This one. Let's increase that. Yeah. Let's increase that up to 2. So this will be the number of species that will grow, how fast species will grow in the galaxy. We'll make sure that they're full power by mid-game. I'm going to change those settings. We'll speed up the game quite a bit. I'm going to make the game as quick as possible. And then we're going to increase the technology cost, just so I can get through all the technologies as fast as possible. Wait, I want it decreased, not increased. So that means that everything in the galaxy will essentially happen faster. This doesn't seem that bad to me. This game will go very fast, though. That's why I wanted to select these settings, so we can play as fast as possible. Here we are. So we're treasure hunters. On top of just being pirates, we really want to acquire some specific treasure that we found floating above our planet, essentially. Giant treasure map. Like, think Treasure Planet, which is that really old animated movie that came from, I think, Disney. It didn't do so hot when it came out. Is essentially what we're playing as. And this is our galaxy, but without anything in it, because we just started. So you can see here we have this interesting shape, where one of our arms is missing, one that would be normally here. Instead, we got these arms here. And I'm at the top of one of the outside arms. So this is a really good starting spot because we can lock down this area of the galaxy for ourselves. So our home planet is Old Providence. Here, it's a water world because we're a water species. Let's see, species. Yeah, we're aquatic. Ocean preference. We're thrifty because we're traders. And we like to have lots of kids, so it gives us an advantage in the population stage. Part of this game is making sure to research the right stuff at the right time. I might mess things up, but we're going to try to play as well as we can in the stage we are. So let's grab... Let's grab more minerals. So these techs will give us more resources. The basic resources in the game. What is that? That's huge! How did you make that? What is that thing? What is that thing, Aaron? How did you make it so big? It's a giant what face? So there are basic resources in the game. I'll go over them very quickly, not to bore you, because I know we'll probably bore you guys to death already. But there's energy credits, which is money. There's minerals, which is building stuff. Food. Right now we're alive, so we need food to live. Consumer goods. Think, I don't know, toasters. Toasters, video games, desks, chairs. They're essentially goods that people buy to make themselves feel better. People do need them to live, but they're not as necessary as food. They're also things that make people feel fancy. So you can see various gadgets, luxuries, and goods necessary to give pots a good life. Then there's the advanced mineral, essentially, which is alloys. These are like futuristic space metals. If you ever watch like a sci-fi show, they've always got some fancy metal material that's impervious to damage. I don't know. Think adamantium or durasteel from Star Wars, or I don't know, whatever the Star Trek ships are made of, or whatever the TARDIS is made of. You made one that spin? You spin. It's a big spinning one. That's what alloys are. We have influence, which is our power on the galactic stage that allows us to claim systems and do more advanced actions. Unity, which represents how unified our empire is. We need that to advance as a people. Then there is research, which is how we research the different categories in the game. There's physics, which is, I don't know, think lasers. That's physics research. Society research, which is, I don't know, think of better ways to get people to behave. I don't know. Economics would be society technology, right? Like the study of how economic systems interact with each other. The study how people behave, psychiatry, things like that. And then there's engineering research. That's like building things, right? So right now, I'm researching more energy. Money is good. We are money focused, so getting more money is never a bad idea. We're researching more minerals because minerals help let us build buildings, and they turn into the fancy future metal. So we need more of that. They actually turn into these too, but those are not as important. And then we're also going to have more pop growth speed. Pops are the individual people in your empire. See, we have lots of people here. On our planet right now, we have 28 peoples. Got 2 that are manager or executives. Sorry, executives. They're the rulers. They essentially tell everyone else what to do, and there's very few of them. They're specialists. These are essentially people, I don't know. They're the people that work the fancy jobs. Like they're the fancy blue and white collar workers. So people that work in really nice factory jobs. That's these guys. Researchers, so scientists would count in this group. And then there's the lowest class of workers. These people that just do mining. They work in our factories to make energy. They do farming for food, and they work menial clerk type jobs. So that's essentially like a rodon of the population. But the more people you have, the more powerful your empire is, because you can do more things. You know, each one of these guys are producing resources. So getting more people more faster. It's always a good idea. Cheesy jokes. Let's get one. happened when the air conditioning in the cheese factory broke? There was a meltdown. Get it? Because we got factories here, and they're probably making cheese. You know, I'm going to make an executive decision. Our consumer goods in this universe are cheese. You know, also, our food, also cheese. We have cheese farmers. That's what we're farming. I know it was apples or whatever, but it's cheese. Trust me. Cheese all the way down. You know, the one thing I didn't increase, I did decrease the amount of technology we need. I did not increase the amount of people we're going to get that much. So it'll still take a long time to grow more people. That might be an oversight. This may be one of those games where we die horrible, hideous death. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. So now we're going to go explore the galaxy. I want planets. We need people, we need planets. Those are the two big things in this game. So we need to find our nearest planets. One of the metagaming. And metagaming is like analyzing a game and taking advantage of knowing how the game works to play the game better. One of the metagaming things we could do here is understand that in this game, there is something called habitable worlds. Those are the worlds you could live on, essentially. Oh yeah, this is the ancient capsule we saw. We made a breakthrough regarding the ancient capsule found orbiting Old Providence. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our scientists, we are now in a position to crypt the final layer of digital security and decipher the chart that intrigued us for so long. So this is our ancient treasure we're looking for. If we go up here, we can see that it's right here. We're not going to do anything with that right now. Mostly because I don't want to do it. I want to research things, okay? I want to find out how space lasers work. Is that so much to ask? So I'm sending out my admiral. Oh, yeah. We should maybe look at our fleet. No, that's not how I want to do it. Here. This is our great fleet. This is the great space fleet we start with at the beginning of the game. We've got our 3 spaceships right here. You see all the guns on top? Right now, we've got what? We've got 2 big mass driver cannons. So that'd probably be equivalent to something in Halo. In Halo, they had mass driver guns. The humans did anyway. They're giant guns that shoot. They're literally giant guns. Like, think gun, but in space. It just shoots a massive metal projectile at your enemies. That's literally all that is. And we also have missiles. So in this case, because we just came out of our own nuclear age and have finally made it to space, our missiles are nuclear missiles. So this is not a bad lineup for our beginning ship. We also have these cute little shields, like deflectors, like Star Trek stuff, and we have a cute little armor on our cute little ships. So right now we're looking for habitable planets. So we're seeing not a lot of anything important right now. But soon, hopefully, we'll spot ourselves something good. But for now, we have gained enough unity, the important beginning resource, to advance our society in some way. And the way we're going to do that right off the bat is we're going to go for this one here. This is prosperity. We want to emphasize prosperity in our empire. We are a corporation, after all. Money is our game. And we're really going to look for this, which will increase all of our resources from jobs. Right. For now, that'll give us more resources from our space stations. Oh yeah, I should show you the government. So we got a cute little government here. We got our flag admiral, which is our leader. We are a pirate republic, so leader of our empire is a flag admiral. And we have our minister of defense, but I think it'd be better to be called something like our first mate. How about that? I mean, we are pirates, right? Second in charge is the first mate. All right. And then we got our head of research. And you know, we like researching in this empire. So I think this will be our second mate. You know, if number 1 dies, number 2 is there to take the deal. And we've got our minister of state. But you know, a minister of state feels more like a quartermaster to me, right? Someone in charge of all the materials on our ship. Our ship being our galactic empire, looking for intergalactic dominance. That feels more piratey to me. So I have our quartermaster here in charge of our relationships with other empires and maintaining the empire itself. Our first mate, which is in charge of all of our ships. That's actually the dude that's in charge of our cute little fleet here. No, I keep hitting the wrong button. This button, yeah, there we go. So we got Plunder and Lawrence is both the leader of this fleet and the leader of our, our fleets anyway. They're in charge of military administration. And then we have Sedia, who is in charge of our research. And of course, we got our empire leader too. And we can change lots of stuff here. So this is essentially the laws in our beautiful empire. And right now, our focus seems reasonable, right? We could change our different economic policies, our diplomatic stance. I might change this. Let's say trade value. Let go. So this is our diplomatic stance. This is how we choose to interact with other empires. For example, empires that want to destroy everyone would be purification. Empires that don't like anyone but want to go to war all the time would be antagonistic. Empires that think themselves better would be supremacist. Empires that want to expand a bunch would go expansionist. And because this is really early, I think we want to go expansionist. Empires that trade are mercantile, right? Their focus is on trade. Isolationist empires just don't like anyone else and want nothing to do with the rest of the galaxy. Cooperative empires are really friendly and want to form federations or friendships. Belligerent empires just really don't like weak people. They sort of want to conquer other people and take advantage of it when they can. So the best ones are supremacist, mercantile, and expansionist, at least for us in this case. Supremacist does sound a little bit mean, but it gives us some really good advantages like bigger navies, essentially, and easier time going to war. Mercantile gives us more trade, and since we are a trade-focused empire, that's not bad. But right now, we are looking for less cost in expanding our empire. So the very first time we spot our very first planet, which in this case we already have here, we want to trade over to expansionist so we can get here as fast as possible. This is an ocean world, much like our home world. And it's perfect for our species because we live in water. So I'm going to bring my scientist over here, survey this, and then this. Now let's cover all the secrets that are hiding in this cute little system. We'll expand this, and then immediately we'll jump into this system, do the same here, claim this planet as ours. We might be able to run with mercantile for just a little bit longer, just to get a little bit more out of our trade. But the first chance we get, we want to make sure this expansion is cheaper. So we're going to go for that. We also want to set our military fleets out to explore more of the galaxy. What was the button? No, that's not what I want. No. No, that's not it. It's a button to get rid of the HUD. My ship's going down without me. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, it's Control plus F9. Okay. Oh, they found another planet. Look at that. 2 ocean worlds. Perfect for our species, one after another. Let's focus on these guys again. Now we'll do Control F9. And now we don't have a HUD anymore. We can just follow them as they explore the galaxy. They're going to jump this way to the nearest star. They had to be outside the gravity well the system to do this because the gravity sort of messes everything up. And here we are, popping out here in this cute little system. I'm going to pause it for a quick second. You can really appreciate the beauty here. We've got a cute little planet like Saturn down there. That's a barren world. There's nothing on that. We've got a volcanic world over there. Planet covered in lava, essentially. Not good for us. We've got another volcanic planet down there. Another barren planet there. Barren, think like Venus in real life. We got a gas giant over there. Think Jupiter or Saturn or Neptune. Just a planet covered in gas, essentially. We've got a beautiful blue star here. Kind of hard to look at, but they also have an asteroid belt in the system. Not a bad system to own. But now, we want to go back. So we give them more orders. You can see here there are these things called hyperlanes. There are these little blue lines leading between different systems, and that's how you travel in the galaxy. So we're going to continue traveling along this area, looking for more planets. We can even see something special right here. So when we're out here, we can see the different types of stars that exist. We don't know what's in there, but because we can see the stars from our planet, we can tell what they are. So, for example, we can tell that's not a planet at all. That's a black hole. Or that's a black hole right there, right? See the sort of symbol for it there. We can also see special types of stars. Here, this is a neutron star. This is specifically a pulsar. That's why it has beams coming from the top and bottom. Some of the most dangerous stars in the galaxy, in real life and in Stellaris. See another one there. Pulsars are giant. They're almost black holes. They're stars that died and were so close to becoming a black hole, it's kind of scary. But instead of turning into the most destructive object in the galaxy, a soul-sucking black hole. They turn into a massive star. Well, massive is in there where they weigh a lot. Essentially, this type of star, a massive star, physically massive, is big, turn into a tiny little dot in the sky with the same amount of weight as a big star, meaning all that weight was condensed into a very small space. A teaspoon of a neutron star is as heavy as Mount Everest on Earth. Just a single teaspoon is as heavy as a mountain. Or I think someone said that a tablespoon is as heavy as all of New York City if you beamed it up and ground it down and turned it into something as small as a tablespoon. Okay, it's ridiculous how heavy neutron stars are. And with that heaviness comes a lot of power. Okay. It comes lots and lots of power. So much so that they can literally squeeze themselves and shoot bolts of power between their poles. So if we ever get over there, we're going to try to get over there now. We got to go that way. If we can get over there, I'll show you. But it's pretty nasty. Looks really cool, though. They have jets of energy coming from their poles that can leave entire solar systems devastated. Because if you're hit by that beam, since it's so energetic, it can just strip your whole atmosphere and kill everything on the surface. If there was a pulsar, a neutron star, pulsing radiation from its poles anywhere near Earth within 1,000 light years. 1,000 light years is, by the way, a light year is how long it takes light to travel in a year. Ridiculously long. Like, light takes less than 3 seconds. No, way less than that. I think less than a quarter of a second to travel around the whole Earth. And it takes 8 minutes for light to get from the sun to the surface of Earth. So a whole light year is pretty far, very, very far. And there's lots of stars with between. Goodness, another ad? Ants are relentless. There are plenty of stars between us and 1,000 light years. And if any of one of them were to go supernova and explode, and then turn into a neutron star, and then turn into a pulsar emitting massive amounts of radiation from their poles, and that beam were to hit us, it would destroy the Earth. It would kill everything on the surface, ripping apart our atmosphere, destroying our magnetosphere, which is the magnetic poles that keep us safe from radiation. It would kill everything on the planet. And that's with 1,000 light years of Earth. There are plenty that are beyond that, and I don't think there are any that we know of in real life closer than that to us. But that just puts in perspective how powerful these massive interstellar objects are. They're just deadly to an unparalleled level. They're the most chaotic object in space other than a black hole. Because they almost were a black hole, just a little bit bigger. When that star died, they would have been a black hole.
Resource scan complete.
There we go. Our first survey system, which means we can now claim this as ours. So now we are going to switch over to Expansionist. We are focusing on expansion now. That's our big ticket item. And now we're going to build our star base. And you can see here, because we're Expansionist, it's a little cheaper. We're saving money. Now we're also going to invest a little bit in our space fleet. We only got 3 ships, and they're the teeniest ships in the game. So we definitely want to build some more. This is our massive space station orbiting our star. This will allow us to build more, more spaceships. There's a cute little shipyard here. So we're going to pump some ships out of that. And then here, I went ahead and built another research lab so we could do more research. We're getting more population pretty fast, so we definitely want to invest more in the education of our empire so we can research better things. What else? Is that everything? Yeah. So our science ship's going to go here and make sure we unlock those planets. Actually, instead of those guys, I might build a colony ship. So if we want to expand our empire to other planets, we need to find other planets to live on. And with living on other planets comes the people to take them over. So we want to build colony ships to make just that happen. They're really expensive because you need the resources to maintain the people on board. But once they're out there, we should be able to take these planets as our own. We'll need 1 colony ship per planet. The colony ship will land down, convert into a shelter, and allow our people to take control of the planet.
Council agenda.
So for now, we'll take back our ships And we'll just leave really cute little ships as part of our fleet. Now we can also focus our government on a specific objective. And what I want to do is focus on this one. So this one will increase our specialist pop resource output, and eventually it'll get 20% more resources from our home planet, which is massive. Considering our home planet is the only planet we have right now. Oh, look at this. So this new system we just jumped into has this, a disabled gateway. An ancient space station of some kind has been located at the edge of the Rostaban system. That's this here, Rostaban, named after the star. The strong residual subspace signature that surrounds the station indicates that it may be a gateway of sorts, part of a theoretical network of similar stations that at some point would have allowed near instantaneous travel between different parts of the galaxy. Assuming this is a gateway, it is currently in a state of disrepair that rendered it unusable. It could be restored into working order. Its owner would potentially be able to access any other functional gateway in the galaxy, enabling travel across huge distances in a matter of days. So, like I said, every galaxy that you play in Stellaris has its own history, and this is part of that history. Sometime in the distant past, some empire, for some reason, built this massive interstellar structure at the edge of the gravity well of the star that allows you to go anywhere in the galaxy as long as there's another one of these gateways. So, if we ever unlock the technology to bring it up again, we can use this to travel very fast in our empire. Honestly, it's one of those powerful structures in the game. Fighting is a big part of the game, destroying things, so getting your fleet there faster is definitely a big plus. Right now, we're moving slow because our cute little guy has, what kind of engines do we have? We have chemical thrusters. So, think NASA, right? NASA, SLS, I don't know, type chemical thrusters. They use chemical energy to get into space. But there are better types of energy, and we are going to be taking advantage of those. Next, we want to grab a new type of tradition. We could finish this one, or you could jump into Mercantile real quick. Because what I want is this. So our empire is a little bit weak when it comes to generating our unity, our special resource. So if we can get into that as fast as possible, it would be best. Right now we have a deficit in consumer goods because we are a society of gluttons and we're consuming all of our goods. So we need to buy some extra from our internal market. What that means essentially is we're buying from people on our planets that are going to give us resources so we can provide our populace with them. So we're going to be buying 3 a month. It could be expensive, but it should mean that we can hopefully not run out of goods and people will starve, because that would suck. Look at that, a red giant. So that's a star, much like our star, actually, in real life. You might say, well, our star isn't red, and you'd be right. It's not red, but it will be someday. Our star is about 4 billion years old, around the same age as our planets, and that's how it mostly goes for any solar system. Most of the planets in orbit of the star are around the same age, because they all form from a giant disk of dust smashing into each other. And when they form, depending on how much material they're made of, depends on how long they live. A star like ours lives for a very, very long time, but eventually it consumes all its fuel and all these beautiful nuclear explosions on its surface. Once it runs out of a certain type of fuel, I think it's helium, starts getting really big because the energy from the explosions is greater than the gravitational pull, right? Gravity is pulling the surface down, compacting it into a beautiful little ball, but the explosions are pushing it out, right? And once the explosions get powerful enough, they start to push out against gravity, causing the surface to expand. Eventually, our very own yellow star, 4 billion years old as it is, in a couple billion years, will consume all of its energy, all of its fuel, and then have to switch over to a much more volatile fuel. It get bigger and bigger and bigger until it occupies the entire solar system. Eventually, our sun will consume our beautiful green little Earth, along with Mars, Venus, and the asteroid belt. Much like this star actually has its own asteroid belt. We do too. And this is not accurately represented, but in this game anyway. But eventually our star will occupy this entire ring here. Right? Imagine this is Earth and that's, I don't know, Mercury. It'll just swallow us up all the way up to Mars. And then it'll swallow the asteroid belt and get actually really close to Jupiter, which is the planet outside our asteroid belt. If I was humans, I could show you our actual solar system, but I'm not, or whatever these guys are. So we don't have quite our stereotypical solar system, but it's crazy to think of. In a couple billion years, our Earth won't even be here. It'll just be swallowed whole by the surface of our star. What it means for Earth is probably nothing good. We'll be turned up in all those explosions, turned into dust, and added to the mass of our star.
Log updated.
And in this case, our sun is 99% of all the material in our cute little solar system. So when it comes to, is that going to make our star bigger? The answer is yes, but not by enough to make it actually that bigger. Because our cute little Earth is such a rounding error in the mass of our whole solar system that it won't matter when it eats us. At least to the star. Our sun won't care that it ate us. Jupiter, actually, the gas giant that I was just mentioning, is the biggest planet in the solar system. And it's actually almost all of the remaining mass in the rest of the system. I think it's like 0.7 or something like that. 0.7% of all the mass in the system. But it's like 99% of all the mass that isn't the sun. So even if the sun were to eat Jupiter, it would mean nothing to the sun. The sun could eat a bajillion Jupiters, and it wouldn't really change anything for the sun. The sun is just that massive. Massive as in it's full of matter. But we've made it here to our pulsar. Pulsars are highly magnetized neutron stars that emit beams of electromagnetic radiation. As a star rotates, the radiation beam is only visible when it's pointing directly at the observer. This results in a very precise interval of pulses, which sometimes is so exact that it can be used to measure the passage of time with extreme accuracy. The radiation emitted by pulsars interferes with deflector technology. Oh, so this is in-game lore. So in this system, we don't got any shields because this star is literally so powerful it strips our shields right from our cute little planet ships. You can see it's shooting literal beams of energy off the poles. In real life, these stars, because they're so tiny in size and in physical size compared to normal stars, but since they have the same amount of mass from the original star, the smaller they get, the faster they rotate. Sort of like a black hole, actually. Black holes rotate insanely fast. They rotate so fast that these beams sort of jut out in all sorts of directions. In Stellaris, it's just one direction. But because the rotation is sort of erratic for these guys, the beams can aim everywhere. It's sort of like, I don't know, a spinning top, like a toy, except on the plane of the universe. So when it spins, the top and bottom process, where it rotates, and the poles point in different directions as it rotates. That's actually what Earth does. If you ever looked up in the sky and saw the stars in real life, you can often find a very special star called Polaris, which is the North Star. Polaris is the star that our North Pole is pointing at, roughly. But if you ever look at Polaris, supposedly, they say that it doesn't move in the night sky. That's why it's special. Since our pole is pointing at it when we're rotating on the surface, it doesn't really rotate. It does, though. And that's because even Earth precesses a little bit. As it rotates, it sort of wobbles back and forth a little bit instead of rotating very smoothly. And for pulsars, that means that they can hit different points in the sky with their beams. But because the beams are so precise, it's actually really rare for them to hit any individual space. So when they hit Earth, they're usually from very, very far away. And we see just these intermittent beams as it rotates once every, I don't know, a few microseconds or something like that. It's ridiculous, the frequency they hit us, because they're spinning so fast. They're spinning so fast that the beam just hits us and hits us and hits us before we really get a chance to know what's going on. And the reason why this is a different name from a neutron star is because originally, we didn't know there was a difference between a pulsar and a neutron star. We thought they were the same. Or different, sorry. We thought they were different. Different stellar phenomenon. It wasn't until our detectors got better and our understanding of space got better that we figured out that pulsars are just special neutron stars. Okay. What one? I don't know what I want. We could get lasers. I did say I want lasers, right? Fancy lasers does sound fancy. We could also get better shields. I think we'll go better shields. Shields are pretty powerful in the game. Not dying is always good. That's my motto. Yeah. You can see here our beautiful, beautiful pulsar. In game, we can actually use a pulsar for a megastructure later to allow us to slingshot people with the power of the star. Yeah, I agree, Mo. It's usually good not to die. So I'm gonna send my little fleet in more spaces to explore. But it looks like our scientist, with all their big knowledge sharing they're doing, has unlocked a new ability. They're leveled up, essentially. So I'm going to give them this trait here, which makes them research faster. And since they are in charge of the research for our whole empire, they better be researching faster. How are we doing on our colony ship? So our colony ship is going to be done in a quarter of a year. So there's the number of days until it's finished. And then once that's done, we want to get started on the next one, because we got 2 planets to colonize, this one and this one. So this guy is almost done. Let's see, what is he doing? All right, there you are. He's almost done surveying this system. He's got the star to survey and these couple planets. And once he's out of here, we'll be able to claim it as our own. But we're going to continue exploring with our military ships. Our military ships can get around just fine by themselves. We do want to keep an eye out, which is why I'm watching them for any interstellar dangers. The universe is a hostile place to us. We don't run into anything that's going to squish us. Because we're pretty squishy right now. And I prefer not to get squished. Like I said, living is good. Not dying is bad. Or, dying is bad. Not dying is good. The next thing we're going to research is... So this one is yellow because we've unlocked it permanently. In Stellaris, texts are randomly generated from a pool of texts you have available. So every time we click this button after our research is finished, we get 3 random texts that we can research. They're not random. There is a tech tree in game. You can't see it. There's no way to see it in game. But there's a tech tree that we get to pull from, and there's different tiers of text depending on their complexity. Right now we only have tier 1 because we're just started the game. So we can grab one of these 3 randomly rolled texts from that tier 1 group. Like we can get naval capacity, which is how big our naval empire is. So this is how many fleets we can field, essentially. Right now we have a limit of 20, so 25 would more than double our capacity for ships. But we only have 3 ships right now, so we're not really using it up all that much. We could unlock this. This is a gene clinic, so it provides amenities, which is a unique resource for planets. Planets need amenities. You can sort of think of amenities as like parks and stuff, where people go to take care of themselves. Parks, plazas, stores. They're physical locations that people need to go to in order to take care of business. And every planet needs their own amenities, which are here. These cute little things here. So if we got gene clinics, we could get a new amenity tech. We could plop a new building down on our planets. It's not a bad building. Actually, it's a pretty good building because since it's a medical building, it provides medical support to your people, so they grow faster. That's a really good tech. This one will give me a bunch of Unity. Unity is another resource in the game. It's pretty hard to get Unity, especially for us. We get a malice to Unity because of our origin. So this is not a bad one to do a little bit later, since we get this +5 monthly Unity and a small amount of Unity. This small amount is dedicated to how much we're producing. And since we're only making 16, right now, this cluster we're going to get is going to be really, really small. So if we increase our Unity before finishing this tech, we get a bunch. Is this a Minecraft SlackVille? I mean, it could be. Are you sure? I mean, maybe this is just a really round cube right there. You're right. It's not Minecraft, but it is the SlackVille Community Stream Weekend. So we are still part of the Stream Weekend. We're just not playing Minecraft. You got me. You've caught me. It's true. It's all true. Or we could grab this. This Grand Archive is a megastructure. It has pretty unique special abilities. I'm thinking we could grab it. I either want to grab the Gene Clinic or the Grand Archive. I'm going to grab Gene Clinics for now. It is going to take 30 months to research. But by that time, I think I'm going to be interested in grabbing that megastructure. It's just that it's just a megastructure, as in it's a really big artificial structure in space. It's really expensive. Really, really expensive. We don't have the resources right now to build that. So it's not necessary to grab that technology now. And since it's yellow... oops. Since it's yellow, it's always going to be there. It's not going to be re-rolled like the other ones. So we can grab this whenever we want. So I'm going to grab gene clinics for our new planets so they get some genetic support on their planets, some new amenities. And the next thing we're going to grab is this tech. These other ones are fine. These are all different things you could put on your ships. So this is StrikeCraft. I don't know. It's like building a carrier, essentially. This is an afterburner. It provides extra speed. Speed is one of the key focuses in the game, so speed is good. That's what we're going to grab. But we also have frigate. Frigates are special because they're little tiny ships that are really good at destroying big ships. They get missiles and stuff. But we're not going to fight any big ships yet. Nobody else has big ships except maybe alien space monsters. So unless we run into alien space monsters, I don't need that. What I do need is speed. Speed is going to be very important. It also provides better performance on our ships in combat because they can sort of dance around the enemy. And because we are running little itty baby ships, having speed is on our side. We've got these cute little ships here. Cute little guns. I mean, look at them. Got 3 little guns. One of these is a missile. And the other 2 are giant cannons. So I think that one's a missile probably. So giving them speed is going to be the key to survival in this galactic space dome. So we're going to continue having our boys here explore space for as long as we can. You can see this is about to finish. And once this finishes, we want to send him over here immediately. Oh, someone else leveled up. I played Stellaris once, was way more boring than the trailers made it seem. Well, hopefully I can make it more exciting since I'm playing it. Usually I find when I'm watching someone play something, it's a little bit more exciting because their personality adds a lot to it. So we got a flag admiral here. This our flag admiral. Goodness, I need to drink water. Our flag admiral is the leader of our beautiful little empire here, our little pirate empire, and they've just discovered a new trait of themselves. Right now, they are a treasure hoarder, which in this case means that they have a chance to increase the resource deposit size. It's sort of complicated and hard to explain, but essentially, when we discover resources like this, these 4 energy credits. There's a chance they're bigger than they actually seem. They're all out for the gold. So whenever we discover new resources, is there a chance to be bigger? That's not bad, actually, when we're playing so early in the game to upgrade that. This one here makes them a career politician. It means that our agendas, our government agendas move faster, which are these things here. That one's okay. It's not great. Righteous means that they're super religious. Well, I guess maybe not. They have strong conviction about law and order. Anyway, it just reduces crime. It's terrible. Who cares? We're gonna go with treasure hoarder. You know what we want? We're gold. We're pirates. We want gold. We're in it for that gold. And we found some, actually, right here. All right, this beautiful little star here has a little bit of gold attached. So we're going to be building something on that when we get a chance. And soon, our beautiful blue jewel here will be added to our empire. We got to decide what we're going to name this planet once we colonize it right now. It's called Terek 3, and that's boring. There's got to be something worthy of our pirate empire. It's got to be worthy of it, right? There it is, our little science ship. Just going to scan it and tell if there's anything wrong with it. If there's something wrong with it, we may be in a bad time. Hopefully, it's not going to find anything weird with this planet. Sometimes they'll find, I don't know, a couple little apocalyptic scenarios on the surface, giant monsters that crawl the planet, an anomaly, which means we got to sit here and stop that before we can even put anything on the planet. Hopefully, it'll just be a clean little planet and we can just call it home. Yes, perfect. Nothing's wrong with the planet. You see that? It went from green, orange to green. That means it's a safe planet for us to call home. But soon here, we'll be able to claim it as our own. But now we've unlocked another society tradition, which it adds more power in our society, right? Our people are more powerful and smarter now. And now let's do something fancy. Instead of creating money is good. We can create unity here. And since we pretty low on unity, we want to go for this. So every half money trade value we make, quarter of it is going to go into unity. Not super efficient, but trade isn't that great anyway. And because we are a megacorp, we're pirates as it is, we really love our money, so we make lots of money. Anyway, so we can divert some of it, just a little bit, into making this super hard to get resource. That way, instead of focusing on that resource through other buildings and stuff, we can just focus on making technologies, We want to conquer space. We need to figure out how space works. So it's the great way to balance our needs. Okay, where's our ships? Our fleet's over here. Oh, we're about to enter something very fancy. You can see it right there on the edge of the galaxy. Right there. It's a nebula. Nebulas are where stars are born. And in Stellaris, you can't see in nebulas very easy. So there could be anything in here. Anything at all. Nebulas can be pretty dangerous. They're gorgeous, though. Wait, look at that. This is where stars are born. You can see our shields won't work here because of all the particles floating in the area here. Our speed with our ships is going to be much slower because we got to navigate the dangers of this nebula. But we'll be able to evade attacks. Much, much easier. That might hit some space dust instead of us, thankfully. But the danger really is that we can't see in or out of a nebula. So we got to keep our A game up and ready to go. Because there could be any number of dangers here lurking around the corner. And I do have the latest DLC for this game, which does add a lot of space dangers. Space is a very dangerous place in the latest version of Stellaris.
Forecast complete.
And this is what I'm talking about, anomalies. So anomalies are special things we find on our planets. They look a little funky, a little unexpected. You know, normally we just see a barren rock and we don't think anything special's happening. But in this case, we see unusual energy readings on the surface of this cute little moon here. So we could say, hey, scientists, I want you to dedicate your time to research it. This is going to take a third of a year. A third of a year to do this. I'm spending a third of a year to look at some junk in space, okay? We have things to do. Things to see. So we're going over here, and we're going to claim this planet as ours. Thankfully, these anomalies don't move. I mean, if they move, that would be kind of scary. But this anomalous energy reading is going to stay here. You know, it's very Star Trek. You know, we're exploring the galaxy, and oh no, that nebula shows something weird on the radar. We're pirates. We're not here for the anomalies, okay? Anomalies can anomaly out of here. We're here for the money. That cash money. So we want to spend our time exploring the galaxy. Ooh, okay. So our boy, the commander of our amazing fleet, has leveled up, you know? He's really our only admiral right now, so he's the only one that can fight for us. And right now, he has a really good trait, Trickster. This allows him to escape combat if it gets rough. Again, we're pirates. We're here to hit and run. We don't want to die. So escape in a fight when it goes sour is excellent for our little boy here, okay? And he's also got some other traits here. He's a partial liberator, so every time he destroys ships, he gets money. That's because we're pirates. He literally gets money for every ship he kills. Of course he does. He also adventurous, so if he's not on our council, which is our government, he'll get extra XP. He's not taking advantage of that right now because he's on our government. He's our first mate. So he's not going to get advantage of that trait. So right now we could enhance the Trickster, give him the ability to escape the combat much easier. That's not bad for him because we don't want him to die either. Every time one of these ships is destroyed, he could have a chance to die, you know? He's on one of these ships here. So if the ship he's on blows up, he's done. There's no escaping that. Blowing up in space ain't good for you. So we could make it much more likely for him to survive combat. This one's kind of boring. It just increases ship range. For a really big ship, like a big ship with big guns, range is great. He's on little itty bitty ships. He's on his little pirate ship, you know, his little sloops. He doesn't need range right now. No range for him, okay? Hostility is fancy. It's got this little fancy symbol, you know? This applies to everything in our empire. Right now, this is our whole empire. I don't want to make it seem bleak, but this is our whole empire right here. All three of these ships. One of them's hiding behind the menu. This is it. But when we build more ships, we'll have more fleets, and he won't be in charge of all of them. I mean, he's in charge of the military in general, but he can't be on every ship in the whole galaxy, okay? So if we give him this, our ship rep and damage increases by a little bit, and so does our army damage, you know, invading planets and such. And because he's on our council, I think it's worth it to give him a counselor trait like this. Damage is always good, you know? It's running away is great. Surviving is great. But if he can't survive, you might as well take him out with you, you know? And since he is in charge of our whole empire's fleets, I think it's important to make him hostile. I mean, it sounds terrible, but we want him to be more violent. you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. We're looking for the money, and sometimes to get the money, you gotta blow things up. Yeah. It makes sense. Okay, so now we also can level up our quartermaster. So our quartermaster is currently the governor of our home planet. Our beautiful, beautiful blue jewel here, Old Providence. He's the governor, but he's also, or I should say, I think is it a she? Are they she? No, it's a he. So he is also in charge of our government too. He's here, the quartermaster. So he's in charge of our state diplomacy. Right now, he doesn't have any traits that affect that, so we don't have to worry about that. But just keep in mind, he's important-ish. Right now, though, because he's the governor of the only planet we have, we could give him something that does real good for our planet, right? I think, because we're pirates and we want that money, trade doesn't sound bad. Trade doesn't sound bad. So we'll give him the trade. Motown has 50,000 cheese. How did your stream go earlier, Motown? Oh, you probably can't hear me because of the ad. Hold on. Or we're going to pause the ad. How did your stream go earlier? I missed a little bit of it. But I hope it went well. I did peek in and see you were playing in SlackVille, so. Oh, and I love that banner you shared. I posted it in my Discord. That banner was really good. I posted the cute little banner that you made in my Discord. So I appreciate you making that for us. Okay. Like I said, money. We're after money. And to get money, we need more people to make money for us. So we want to colonize our first planet. So once this starbase is built, we'll have it claimed and added to our empire. And then we need to build the next colony ship. So in order to do that, we're going to need to buy some of that and then build that. There we go. Our empire's still on the up and up. But then again, we haven't discovered any other empires to compare ourselves with, you know?
Complete.
And because we are a corporation, we can actually do special types of trade with other empires. So we might be able to take advantage of a little something, something here and there to make some good money. Ooh. In Stellaris, there are these things called precursors. These are essentially, goodness words. These are essentially empires that predated us, that occupied this part of the galaxy. In this case, it's the Arasians. We've discovered artifacts from an ancient civilization on Gilius 3. Let's put here. When we have translated so far of their language, we've learned that these aliens call themselves the Arasian Concordat. They were an interstellar power that had held sway of this region of the galaxy a little over 1 million years ago. They appear to have been 6-limbed mammalians, and there are several references to some sort of plague called the Javorian Pox, which swept across their empire with devastating results, probably leading to their extinction. It did. Spoilers. Sorry. I already know what happened to them. It was not good for them. They did not make it. And it's funny, the last time I played, they were actually my precursors too. There are 8, I think. And they're sort of randomly selected. So it could be any of them you get. Okay, I want... Let's reduce... What is this? Let's reduce the upkeep of our jobs. So some jobs do cost a lot of resources. Our researchers cost consumer goods. They are expensive to maintain. So we want to make sure that we aren't paying too much for them. As you can see now, we're paying a lot. Uh-oh. We've discovered another empire. This is one of the empires I added to the game. And they're not a nice one, so we might be finding ourselves in wars very soon. You see, they have a tomb world. World once blanketed by nuclear fire. I'm seeing something a little odd with their world, though. Their world's a moon. It's a moon of this planet. Okay. It also intersects the orbit of this planet. So hopefully they never hit each other, because that'd be kind of bad for them, huh? We've discovered our first opposing empire. We do need to watch out, because they might try to destroy my ships here. We can see they're so close to me. So close. Okay. So I'm going to get a bunch of pop-ups because we discovered our first interstellar empire. Our people are freaking out. Oh, no! Guys, we're the aliens, okay? A recent encounter with alien life forms has reignited and made suddenly more urgent the old debate on how we should approach contacting any potentially intelligent alien civilizations we may meet. While some advocate focusing on established friendly relations the quickest way possible to contacting them with a message of peace, others advise caution, pointing out that we cannot know whether or not alien minds bear ill intent towards us, and it would be unwise to let them know too much about us before it is necessary. So this choice essentially means two things. We could either be friendly and meet them really quickly, because we'll share lots of information so they can figure out who we are and we can figure out who they are. This gives us influence, extra influence for discovering them. We could be cautious, where we're on the fence about meeting them. You know, we don't really trust them. We're not giving them much information about us. But it means that it's going to take a long time to make contact. Because we're friendly, we're xenophiles. We love aliens. We're big alien fans, you know? We got alien plushies back home. We can't be aggressive. We could, you know, do a few abductions here and there, taking some of their people to dissect them and maybe discover what they're all about. But because, you know, we're the goody two-shoes, we can't do that. So being a megacorp, we get advantages from making friends, and being friendly is the first step to doing that. So by default, we're going to be friendly with other empires. We won't be able to undo that change for a while because it's government policy now. But thankfully, we can send one of our envoys to try to translate their language. It's going to be a tough job. You know, it's not like translating a language on our planet, right? This is an entire alien species with their own dialect, and making even ways of making noises can be different for them. I don't know. Do they make clicks and beeps instead of saying words? It's going to be a tough battle. That's why we're sending our best dude. Morning Grace, Maroon Grace on the case to discover their language. And it's a pretty difficult chance. We don't really have any good idea right now of how to actually translate their language. But eventually, maybe we'll figure it out. I know, because I made this empire, that these guys are not going to be happy to meet me. They are xenophobes. They're pretty much the opposite of what I am. They're unfriendly in every regard. And they have good reason to be. As you can see, their planet was turned into nuclear hellfire. It's a tomb world. They had a bad interaction, shall we say, with robots in the past. They left them harboring some resentment. So they're not going to be too happy to see us. They're not maybe immediately going to go to war with me, but it'll be best to take advantage of the situation and crush them. Now, a little rough, but, you know, we're pirates, so they got all booty to capture. And you can see how close they are to us, just physically. Like, this is the whole map, and they're right there. So they're going to be in our back door regardless of how we want to treat them. So being friendly, but then taking advantage of the situation so they don't crush us is going to be very important. In this game, vassalizing is a good way to essentially make other empires bend the knee to you and pay you tribute. So we've got to come up with a good name. I like Gawker's more. We can just land a randomize button, randomize the names from our name list. We do have a custom name list for our empire. And a Gawker is someone who watches something. Since we just met the very first empire we're ever going to see, you know, I feel like Gawker a little bit, you know. We've got to keep an eye on them. We got to watch with glee to make sure that they aren't going to be misbehaving over there. And we finish our next tech. And I think, oh yeah, we got some extra research speed. We're going to be going for that. Research is one of the most important resources in the game, so I won't be too opposed to getting more of that. Our planet does have features, and one of the things we can do is get rid of these negative features. We have 2 industrial wastelands and a sprawling slum. If we get rid of the slums, we can get an extra pop. Like I said, pops are important to this game, so unlocking those is never a bad idea. Let's take a look at our planet. So this planet is not a bad one, actually. This has lots of mining districts. Mining districts is how we get the minerals, you know, and one of the most important resources of the game. Not a bad call to have lots of those. Actually, both these planets are strong on minerals. So, although it is strong on the mineral front, we may want to focus on industrial districts so we can get more alloys and more consumer goods out. Those are the advanced resources in the game, and we will need them if we want to dominate the galaxy. Our colony ship has made a gentle splashdown in the planet sprawling ocean of Gokkersmorn, just off the shores of a large archipelago. The fertile island chain will serve as an excellent first landing site. The ship has been permanently anchored in preparation for its conversion into administrative headquarters of the new settlement. Its reactor core is in the process of being removed, so they may serve as the colony's temporary power source. Hundreds of small tents and prefab shelters have sprung up on the island surrounding the former starship's massive hull, as colonists begin to disembark in large numbers. The first Buccaneer city on an alien world. This is a big deal. This is our very first colony in space. It'll take a while for them to colonize, so we don't have full access to the planet quite yet, but it is officially a part of our empire now. And now, we can pick from our new techs, and I think we're going to go for this one I said we were going to do later, the Grand Archive. And for our ships, getting cheaper ships is not a bad idea. You can see it's build cost minus 5% and speed up 25%. So, I don't think that's a bad call.
Prospect analyzed.
And now we've unlocked our next planet. So we're going to get our colony ship over there in orbit. And there we go. We'll have 2 new systems under our belt.
Out of the way.
Where did my fleet go? Oh, there it is. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to think about the borders we want to lock down. So we have this alien empire right here. And if they colonize this system, then this system, they're going to block us off from going this way. So after we grab this system, we're going to try to block them off first. Stellaris is a map painting game like Hoi 4 or whatever, of a game you might want to find. And if we want to win, we got to paint the map as much as possible. And that means limiting our enemies or potential opponents for doing the same. You can see here, we are sort of stuck in this corner. And if they go this way or this way, they'll lock me off the rest of the galaxy. And now, our beautiful little fleets have discovered a new world, a new type of world. It's not an ocean world, and we live in an ocean world, so it's not really our cup of tea, but it is wet. It's a tropical world. Think tropical rainforests just covering the surface. I don't know, Dagobah from Star Wars. So it's not a bad world for us to claim as our own. There aren't that many worlds in the galaxy that are going to be suitable for us. So finding those spaces where we could call home are key. Our next world, you know, we're going to be doing a little bit of plundering, so we're going to have a little bit of a reprieve here for our next planet. Let's see. This is where it's going to get a little dicey now that we've discovered them. I was not thinking we were going to discover anyone like that anytime soon. In a big galaxy like this, having a neighbor that close,
Another bleeding edge technology discovered.
pretty rare. Okay. We also discovered a new type of world. No, we're not there anymore, so we can't see it. But in here, there's an arid world. An arid world is sort of like a desert. I don't know, like Tatooine, but without the sand. It's just really dry.
Technology acquired.
Since we've discovered our first alien empire, and we may be going to war soon, getting some military technologies is not going to do us any harm. And this one over here is better armor. Like I said, living is better than dying. And right now, in-game, that is metagaming again, armor is the best defensive component in-game. So getting better armor, along with our better shields that we've already grabbed earlier, should allow us to equip our ships for combat. Oh, we've made progress in the first contact. Okay. So these are dudes trying to translate their language. Just keep that in mind. Although we've made unable to discover much about the mysterious vessel in the war's Hellfire system, most convincing current hypothesis based upon its behavior and the patterns of the still undecipherable signals we have intercepted from it is that it belongs to a previously unknown spacefaring civilization. We are redoubling our efforts to translate the language so we can communicate with them. I already knew that, personally. Our empire is sort of slow in the uptake a little bit here. So we're only just now figuring out that spacefaring empire. I would have guessed that by the fact that they had spaceships, that they're a spacefaring empire. Spaceships, spacefaring. Sort of makes sense. But, scientific rigor and all that, we need to just confirm that that's the case.
Priming planet for settlement.
We go. Our next colony is down. And soon, in 2 in-game years, we'll be ready to do stuff with that planet. And this one is almost done, actually. Halfway. In less than a year, we will be able to actually start doing with that stuff. Start doing stuff with that planet. Okay. Now we have another big choice to make. We could go with more weapons. Lasers are fun. But right now we're doing surveying, which is sending our scientists around the galaxy looking for more planets to colonize. And if we can increase the speed of that by 25%, we might be able to take advantage of what we have. And now, we're going to take a quick pause to think about our leaders. Right now, we have a certain number of leaders in every category. We have 2 admirals. We have our admiral leading our empire. He can't do anything other than lead the empire. We have our empire, our commander of our fleets, right here. He's the guy that's on these ships here. And it might be worth it to see if there's anyone better out there. And that's great. He's great. But there could be someone better, right? For example, this guy's level 2, and he has a special trait we could select for him. I'm not seeing anything too great yet. This guy has better experience gain, so he'll level up faster. And these guys, they'll have more hull points. Their ships will be tougher, but they're more likely to die in combat. You see that their combat disengagement chance is red, so they're less likely to escape. And with our little itty-bitty baby ships right now, that's not too good. So we're going to pass on any of those guys. We also got governors. Right now, we only need 1 governor. We only have 1 planet, 1 sector. So we don't need any more new governors, but just keep an eye out. We have some governors with better experience gain. Not bad. Not great. Really, though, right now, I'm building another science ship, so it'd be great to get another scientist in the field. And we have someone right here that's looking pretty good. This person has better surveying speed, and they have this other trait here that everyone else has that makes them gain experience much faster. So what we're going to do is we're going to hire this gal right here, Coral. I feel like I'm saying Carl from The Walking Dead. We got Coral here. We're going to hire them. They're expensive, 100 unity. We can't afford it. And once we get their ship, or slap them on it, they will refresh our leader pool every 4 years, so I didn't really need to buy them right now, but I'm going to forget if I don't do it now, so I want to buy another one. And having a constant influx of new leaders also means when our old leaders die, because, it happens, we're going to be playing in a galactic stage, so not everyone's going to make it. It's good to have backups for the future of our empire. So by getting this person out here, well, we could send them out exploring, for example, to these systems here that we haven't explored yet. And they can give us a better idea what's out there, gain experience along the way, and eventually, maybe, replacing these dudes when they get too old. We're going to try to supplant that by virtually ascending, by becoming robots. Robots live a long time, so we'll get more bang of our buck out of our leaders. So my goal is to, become robots and see what we can get out of that. We're not getting many good techs with this role, so let's go something like that. We did get the ability to build food space stations, so we can offload our food production from our planet. Right now we're making what? 10 food here? We're only making 10 food here? Oh, how? I think you're lying to me. Oh, I was reading that wrong. 10 Empire base production. So that's what our Empire is producing by itself. From job to 33. Okay, I'm reading it right now. So we're producing 43 food on our planet. That means with just 4 space stations producing food, instead of having farmers producing food, we can make them produce other stuff like money. Money's good. Oh, they've done it. They've taken the next leap forward. You see there's a question mark here? It means they've expanded from here to there. They're now occupying 2 whole systems in the galaxy. We've got to make a move on here and start expanding our empire to block them off before they block us off. Otherwise, we're going to take it from them. And their anomaly. I don't care about anomalies. We're looking for space conquest. But in better news, we now have our first planet online. Right now, not a lot's going on. We do have colonist workers keeping everything going as we're colonizing the planet. We now can build stuff on the planet like that. And like, let's see, this. So we unlocked this gene clinic building earlier. And that's because I want to place this here. And instead of doing the colonist stuff, we're actually going to switch it over to the gene clinics. So we can expand the population growth on our planet. Right now, it's going to take, I don't know, a long time for them to grow. I mean, they're not even growing yet. Here we go. 21 months to grow the next pop. So increasing the speed at which we grow new pops is going to be a big boon to our production. And now here, we have our big choice. We can either increase our production or weapons. I like weapons. Bigger guns sounds fancier. So we're going with bigger guns. We have our very first 2 ships out that we've produced ourselves. But they're a little out of date now because we've unlocked new technology. So we're going to send them to get upgraded. They'll sit there and unlock the new technologies on their hulls.
Prospect
and once we build a big enough fleet, we're going to try to go to war with these guys and put them on our heel. Things are going to go a little fast because the game is moving fast, but I will take care of the Empire management and only mention things that are cool. Since we have a basic understanding of the game now. Right now, our focus is trying to get as powerful as possible, as fast as possible. We now have a fleet of 4 new ships. So we've more than doubled our fleet size with these guys here. These guys here are a little bit out of date, but it will be worth it once... Oh, you know what? Once we get them back home. I did forget. No, it did automatically. Perfect. So you can see that afterburner, the speed bonus we've equipped to our ships now. So they'll be moving faster. None of these planets are very good for us.
Technology discovered.
Eventually we got to unlock the terraforming technology so we could turn our planets into what we want. No longer will we have to rely on other planets to service our needs. We'll just turn them into the planets we need.
Planet primed for production.
Our other planet is now online. Perfect. Actually, it might be better. Oh, they're the same size. No, this one's bigger. So we're going to focus on this one being our major resource production hub. Because what we're really after is alloys and consumer goods. So we're going to build this, which is an industrial district, so we can build those. Then we're going to build a gene clinic, so our people grow faster. And then on this planet, we did build these. We won't destroy it, because it's going to be expensive to destroy. But this planet, I think, main focus will be minerals, since it has got a lot of minerals districts. Money, money, money. That's our focus now. We do need to keep an eye up here. We do have a deficit in consumer goods. But once one of these planets gets online, we should have a better chance of actually maximizing our output. Oh. You see they're surveying here. They're doing this. These guys are essentially the same as I am. They're playing the game the same way I am. So they're surveying planets to expand their empire. So they're focusing on grabbing that system. That's a good system to grab with the gateway. It's very smart of them. So if they do grab it, we want to take it with them. So the one advantage of this, other than having this massive space structure in our empire, well, we can't do anything with it right now. So you'd say, well, why do we want it? Well, having a gateway in our empire makes us more likely to get that gateway technology. And I've had many games, because of the random nature of how technologies pop in and out, not running that technology for a very long time. So owning a system with it will give us the advantage we need to get that tech early. So it's not a bad system to own.
Resource scan complete.
Actually, no. We'll have you survey this system, then this one. Then this one's a tropical world. You'll survey that, and then this. See, now I have 2 scientists, so we're doubling the number of systems we can survey.
Forecast complete.
Next, we might want... We could go with weapons, but we're not really going in laser weapons right now. We're going hard into physical weapons, giant cannons. So if we want... We could pick up better research tech. But we're not getting a lot of research tech from stations right now, so that's not really that valuable. And our colonies are already developed, so we don't need this tech. None of these are very good. Let's go research station output. What I can do is I can build another construction ship. And construction ships build our stuff in our empire. We're using them right now to expand, so this one's busy. We'll build another one, and then we'll take advantage of these resources here. These are resources in space, so we need to build space stations to take advantage of it. And that tech will boost our, our research gain from space stations. Our attempts to learn more about the ETA aliens have so far been in vain. While we're easily able to ascertain that they're clearly from a part of a technologically advanced alien civilization, further facts have proven elusive, as they seem to be going to considerable effort to prevent us and any other eavesdroppers from intercepting any signals from them. Like I said, these guys are not very nice. So right now, instead of us, like we're being friendly, they are doing their best to make it hard for us to decipher their communications. They are not trusting of spacefaring aliens. We have therefore only managed to intercept small fragments of their language so far. However, from the glimpses we have gleaned, our linguists are confident they will be able to decipher the communications if we could just acquire a greater sample size. So essentially right now we're just listening for them to talk to each other and trying to pick it up when we can. And we still have our fleet out here. We do need to be careful. This is our big boy here. What's her name again? Plundering Lawrence. And if Plundering Lawrence gets snatched by some alien monster floating in space, we may find ourselves in a rough position. Okay. So we've been streaming for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I don't know if I want to end explicitly, because I might continue. We don't have anyone else to raid into, thankfully. But we could take a pause, a brief break, for me to eat. My dinner is done, and I am very hungry. So I may want to go out and grab some food. I know there aren't a whole heck of a ton of you guys out there right now, but maybe worth it to take a quick break. This is my favorite game. I play it all the time when I want to just sit down and do something offline, especially because my internet's been out for like a month. So this game has been the way to play, because it's single player for the most part. You can't play with other people. If there's anyone out there who plays this game and like to play it with me, I'm down to play. I'm serious. Doubt anyone's going to want to play, but just throwing it out there. It's usually single player though, especially for me. And even when I'm offline, I can play this. So the last couple months I've been playing this. And I always have a Mecha campaign going in the background for this. This game in particular is going to go by very fast. The apocalypse is coming. So we got to take advantage of that when we can. We'll take a quick break, and I'll be back. Maybe in a little bit. Or maybe I might come back and just say we're going to end the stream. It depends. Regardless, we'll be back tomorrow for more. Hello? Is anyone left alive? I saw that Pork Chop and Yellow Rosa joined, but sorry, I took a quick break. Well, not a quick break. More than a quick break. I am busy, so sometimes life gets in the way, and that's okay. Yeah. See. It's really hard to manage moving my windows around when I don't have buttons to work. Okay. Trying to rearrange my windows is like trying to pull teeth. Gold teeth from a pirate that wanted me to bet 5,000 years ago. We left off exploring the galaxy and getting ready for our first intergalactic war. You know, normal stuff, really. Everyone needs a little intergalactic war every once in a while. That is interesting. I don't think the UI elements are supposed to do that. Interesting. Does it do that with everything else? No. The only thing that will be above this is this bar up here and this bar on the left. But those two icons, the government and ships icons with the new entries, aren't too happy. There we go. That's odd. Now the whole thing's in front. Visual bugs, huh? I'm used to finding those in Minecraft, so.
Technology discovered. Rad.
I've sped up technology, and I really didn't understand how much that meant we were going to get new technology, but goodness. Can you pause, please? Everything's happening. I found new aliens. Hope they didn't kill my, yeah, that's a problem. Oh, okay, we discovered the ancient mining drones. I know what those are. They're nasty, but they're not as nasty as they could be. I didn't catch that quick enough because I was playing on too fast, but we discovered a new type of enemy. Remember how they said there's big nasties? Well, there's space valley civilizations, and then there's the big nasties. This is one of the medium nasties. They're not quite big. So in space, there's a chance to discover what is called space fauna. The latest update has a lot to do with space fauna. I mean, this doesn't count explicitly as space fauna, but they're sort of in the same category. They're essentially errant mining drones that have been abandoned by some long forgotten empire. Just sort of doing their own thing. And because they think you're encroaching on their mining territory, they're pretty aggressive. Unlike some of the more voracious enemies, these ones are not too bad to deal with because they're just robots, so they're not going to eat you. I mean, they probably will turn you into minerals, which for them is probably the closest thing that you're going to get to being eaten. But, you know, you got to pick them and choose them where you get them. They will expand, though. Most of the space fauna, again, they're not, alive, but I'm going to call them space fauna. Most of the space fauna in the game will expand. There's sort of a fog of war in this game. Once I hit play, you see that I can't really look at them anymore. I have no intel on the system, and there's just sort of a red exclamation mark on my screen. When they're in these areas in the fog of war, they can duplicate or expand or spawn. Sort of like any other video game you've probably ever played where enemies will spawn right when you can't see them. So for now, they sort of have free reign over pretty much any of the galaxy they want. But they specifically will expand to neighboring systems. They'll send out a little drone and then they'll go build stuff. Sort of like I do, but they're crazy, so they don't count. Okay, it might be worth it to grab this small amount of Unity now. We found a continental world. So this is also a wet world, much like the other worlds we like. Our preference is wet world, which means that our species is perfectly suited to live on a planet like this. Other than the fact we're aquatic, which means we like water. And even though this does have water, not enough for us, really. We need free-range oceans. We're like the whales of the sea. So it's a little bit too confined on this kind of planet. But continental world is the same type of world that Earth is in game. So it's got continents, got oceans. Yeah, it's pretty much the gist of it. So it's continental. It's not a bad world to find. It's not a great world because we need ocean worlds, but it's a world. And even though it's only a size 11, we can colonize it. These worlds are either really big or really tiny. Like this is 11, this is 11. My other two worlds are 16 and 15, respectively. So the size of the world is how many districts it can support. So it's like how big the planet is, literally. Even though we will take what we can get, bigger worlds are better. So, for example, this 24 and 22 world are stuff that I'm going to be eyeing for us to grab as soon as possible. And you can see here that we've discovered a thoroughfare. If my little science ship bounces from this system to this system to this system, then to here, eventually over to here, and down to here, we've essentially knocked off all these other systems behind this choke point. Choke points are really important in Stellaris. They limit the approaches enemies can take towards us in more ways than one. They can, or they're limited physically to attack us through this system if they're coming from this way. But more so, it also means they can't expand this way very easily. If I try to jump systems, for example, I'll expand here, it becomes really expensive. As opposed to if I expanded right next door, it's a lot cheaper. So by holding systems between you and, well, the enemy, it makes it harder for them to expand that far. Late game, you and the AI will probably have plenty of influence to throw around. That's the primary resource we need to expand. So it won't matter too much, but this is early, really early. So limiting their ability to expand is a big deal. Just one system can block them from doing too much. Because I can also block my borders so they can't go through me. Not only would it be expensive to get behind me, but at least until they discover cloaking tech, the ability to detect and evade sensors, they won't have a chance to go through me as long as I close my borders. And yes, there is cloaking tech in this game. Was added last year? I think. Even for a game as old as this, it's still getting continual updates. Hi, Iron Knight. How's it going? Welcome to my favorite space game. Oh. Something's terrible's happened on my brand new world. Lost to bureaucracy. Due to a major clerical error, parts of Gawker's Morn have fallen behind in infrastructure maintenance and accommodation services. People live in rather bleak conditions and will not tolerate for long. Remedying these problems will cost us time and effort. We just got a special event on our planet here, and I'm trying to think of what to do. So this event happens when we don't take care of our planets. And apparently, this brand new planet that I just colonized, I mean, this is so early in the game. We're only 10 years in. I mean, that doesn't sound early, but it's early in Stellaris years. And now, we have to make a choice. We either spend 500 money and 100 influence. 100 influence, to put it in perspective, making three and a third every month. It would take me 30 months. Right? Oh, how does that work? I think I'm doing the math wrong. 100 divided by 3. Yeah, it'd be 30. 30 months to reaccumulate that much influence for me, which is a pretty big deal when I'm trying to expand so early. I don't know if I can afford that. So we may have to just go unfortunate. I've never done this third option before. So throw out the inhabitants and raise the areas, like burning down their homes and telling them they can't live in squalor anymore. That's quite the option. I would gain 80 influence, add 20 devastation, and add those negative malices for 20 years. Honestly, that's kind of funny for some reason. That sounds terrible to say burning down people's homes is hilarious. But, you know, it's 80 influence, right? And that would take me a long time to accumulate. All right, we're going to burn their homes. Sorry, guys. Terrible news.
Wow, we really hit this.
But the key is this planet is so new that those two pops, they really don't mean anything. Right now, they're just producing amenities. And I don't think those negative malices will affect that. They will produce those amenities no matter what happens. So I don't feel bad about it. It is 20 years. We've only been playing for 10, so that's like twice as long as we've been playing. But, you know, there'll be treasure, right? We're pirates flying the seven seas. Our flag admiral, mad at Battleless Air. They're pretty mad, so mad isn't crazy. Oh, why am I getting all these weird events? Okay, so now we've got giant turtles living on our water planet. Our colony of Plunderer's Reprieve has encountered an odd situation. We apparently settled on the back of a gargantuan amphibian reptile, a giant turtle, whose bony shell is formed of various exotic minerals. Most of what we thought were local islands have turned out to be these creatures. Our colonists have begun to refer to them as the Nemas. They seem harmless enough. As long as we don't dig too deep into their shell, they should barely notice us. We got giant turtles on our planet? So we're doing a negative event where people are going to die and they're going to want to kill the turtles. We're going to have to deal with that in a little bit here. Hopefully we don't have to kill them anytime soon. I know too much about this game, if you can't tell.
Profit margins on this tech.
More armor doesn't sound bad, or health. Let's go health. We're also running out of this resource. We need to buy some more. You know, it's a quick loan of a more bajillion pieces of goods. I just go out to a back alley on the middle of my ocean planet.
Anomaly found. Hey.
And ask some stranger for some toasters. You know, normal stuff, really. If you think about it, totally normal. Matt Belisar has become a trendsetter among the general population. Everything from his style to his method of speech has attracted a sizable following. His reach extends all across all social and economic strata, but he has proven particularly popular among the youth. What? Stylish trends? Okay. Okay. Apparently, this is the beacon of trend setting right there. That's fashion, if you guys didn't know, okay? You just don't understand the fashion of my weird species. Now, what do we want? Oh, edicts fund. Okay, actually, one thing I forgot to do is focus on edicts. We don't have any good ones, so not too bad. But we can do... No, we can't afford that. That one's literally terrible. Why would you ever do that? What else do we have? What's up, Ben? So that'll make our fleets better and faster. So when we build more ships, they'll be smarter. You know how it is. You just hit a button and you're smarter already. That's just how it be sometimes. Being smart is a difficult job, but someone's got to do it. Okay, now we got to choose our ascension perks. So in Stellaris, you can choose from 8 ascension perks, and they're a pretty big deal because they provide immense bonuses to your empire. From building ecumenopolises, which are city worlds, again, like Coruscant, I said that way earlier in the stream, or giant megastructures, like being able to harness the power of a sun in the palm of your hand, or black holes too. You can't do it otherwise unless you take that perk. Or building super weapons. What else is an interesting one? Modifying planets into super planets. One that we will be taking is this one called Hydrocentric. We're water people, so taking one that makes our water powers even power. Oh, goodness. Taking one that makes our water powers even more powerful is a big deal. The one we're going to really focus on this run, though, is this here, Cosmogenesis. This is a crisis perk, which is, well, you're going to cause a lot of damage to the galaxy, and it gives lots of buffs. It's very powerful. And then there is evolutions, right? You can evolve your species, and we're going the robo route, so we're definitely picking robos. But for now, we need to pick something simple. This is our first. And I think we're going to go for a monthly unity. Unity is good. Being unified is good. So our focus will be there. Oh, look at that. They have a construction site. A beautiful bubble. Sorry, an archaeology site, not a construction site.
Construction complete.
Let's get our boy over here immediately. And then survey this, and then that. We take this system and try to take that one.
Boom! I found something.
We expand our empire. We will conquer all. Nobody can stop us. This galaxy belongs to us now.
Boom. We built something.
Yeah, you did build something. It's true.
Imagine the profit margins on this tech.
Oh, we've established communications. Plunge pool of the nuclear falls has made contact with us. Burning River Hagota sends regards from the ruling council of the plunge pool of the nuclear falls. We hope for a productive relationship with your people, but be warned that our military respond to any transgressions near our space with maximum force. So they're kind of violent. We're gonna be friends though for now. And with this big encounter, our people are sort of freaking out. Aliens are true, they're real. The news has spread that we've encountered another intelligent alien life form for the first time, and it's spreading like wildfire throughout the Republic. Our citizens are fascinated by these beings, and the media is in full of reports and speculation on their culture and society. The revelation that we are not alone in this galaxy has largely been greeted with celebration on Old Providence. Just like us, the aliens appear to be relative newcomers on the galactic stage, and their level of technology is similar to our own. And with that, we now find our first factions forming in our government. The mission is relatively same, just with a different faction name. So we have the Martial Supremacy Alliance, the Xeno Aid Center, and the Liberty Now Committee. So they're focused on egalitarian ideals. They want liberty for everyone. These guys like Xenos, so they're friends with Xeno. They're the Xenophile faction. These guys are focused on the military. So they want us to conquer and win. All important goals and core facets of our people's identity. Militarist, Xenophile, and egalitarian. Egalitarian means equality and freedom and stuff. In this case, that means that... here. These are our 3 new factions. Making them happy will provide us with unity bonuses. They actually do produce resources. And you can see that they really care about different policies our government has, different statuses within our government. So, for example, these guys have little blue dots, and so they're really happy with me. The only thing they're not unhappy with is my subjugation policy. Subjugation policy, that's essentially how we treat conquered empires. These guys are very unhappy because we don't have a lot of ships. They want us to be oppressive instead of nice to our conquered empires, and they want us to conquer things. And these guys are the same deal. They want us to be nice. They want someone on their council with their ethic. Stuff like that. Right now, these guys seem to be the most happy with us. And because they're not a bad faction to support, we're going to promote them. So we're going to be essentially in the government, it's going to be saying, we like these guys, you should join them. And we can rename them too. I always forget about that. If we go here, factions, and we go here, we can manage. I think. Yeah, we can just rename them. So, for example, we can be like, I don't know, what is freedom and pirate themed? I'm going to call them the Captain Zone. So on Earth, pirate ships were often run semi-democratically, where the captain was voted by the different people on board. It didn't mean they were strictly democratic, but certainly more democratic than militaries, how militaries usually function. And that's what it was one of the appeals of being a pirate. You didn't have to listen to snotty superiors you were stuck with for all eternity. You could just form your own destiny. So I like the idea of a captain's own faction. Next, we have a warring faction. Something about plunder or booty sounds pretty good. X mark spot. Maybe. What would be a good name for a military faction for pirates? Oh. Ships would wave the black flag when they wanted to give no quarter and completely decimate an enemy. And that sounds pretty militaristic to me. So we'll have Black Flag Alliance. I mean, they were originally called the Alliance, so they'll keep the Alliance part of the name. And now we have the Xenophile faction. And Xenophile, I mean, there's no aliens usually in pirate stories. So it's not like they would have that ethic very often. So this one's going to be probably the toughest to give a name for. You know, we have one called the black flag. Why don't we have the white flag? So white flags would be used to surrender. So when you're on a ship and you're sailing around, usually you have the flag of the country you serve under, especially military ships. Even trade ships would often have their flag to say, hey, we're allied with these dudes, don't kill us. But pirates would use that to attack certain ships that they knew would be vulnerable. Like, for example, say they do Spanish ships more likely to have plunder. You see a big old ship with not a lot of guns, relatively undefended, waving a Spanish flag. The pirates would see dollar signs in the eyes, and they would wave their black flag. But, you know, you're on a ship in the middle of nowhere. How do you tell the pirates, I don't want to die? Well, you rip up some white piece of cloth, you hoist it on the flagpole instead of your normal flag, saying, hey, we're done. We give up. A nice piece of white cloth is easy to see from very far away. And, you know, most sailors have some white component of their uniform or white towels or something. But it's not unheard of to have one. You know, even gray would do. It's the ocean in the middle of nowhere. Who's gonna critique you on it not being exactly white? I will say, though, if the pirates wave the black flag, that means they're going to kill you, even if you surrender. So oftentimes they wouldn't, or they would surrender, they get killed anyway. Or maybe the pirates would be like, you know, we want to kill you, but we got it in our system blowing up your ship. We'll let you live for now. So it's a bit iffy on whether or not you survive in that situation. Sometimes the pirates would just chase you down and shoot at you without raising the black flag. Or by raising one of their other flags that signified, you know, we just want to take your booty. Like, I think a red flag meant that they want to take your stuff and leave you alive. So, I think it's complicated, but I like the idea of two opposing factions, you know, with different opinions on stuff in the universe. And we could have the white flag. Right? A faction to represent the preservation of surrendering plunder, right? They believe that the ships we capture should not be destroyed and sent barreling into space undefended. Instead, we should take their plunder and let them be on their way. You know, they're focused on the preservation of other species in that way. These guys were originally called Center, but I don't know. Got white flag, but how do we go from white flag to a faction? You know, a faction name. I have a bit of a longer name. Other ones were 2 words or 3 words. Preservation of the white flag, or Treaty of the White Flag. I don't know. A little something, something to spice up the lore in our cute little universe. Right? Because pirates and treaties and stuff like that. It's that thing they said in the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie, parlay. Well, we could fit that in there somehow too. But for now, we'll keep it the Treaty of the White Flag. So now we have the Treaty of the White Flag, Captain's Own faction, and the Black Flag Alliance. So these guys like to conquer. These guys like to preserve our booty. We conquer. And the Captain's Own believe in democracy.
Planetary exploitation forecast complete.
So now that we've made contact with these fellas, they are hostile. So it's probably a good idea to spy on them and see what's going on. But more than that, we're going to have to focus on actually getting out of here alive. We're going to have to put emphasis on our fleet building, on combat, on battle, on conquest, and carve our space here in our cute little galaxy. So we need to prepare for our very first war. With that, we're going to need an army. Can I not build armies? It's kind of rude. I want to build armies. We'll build a couple. Armies take a long lead time, as they would in real life. You need to train and assemble the troops, get them their orders, get them their equipment, weapons, ammo, food rations, organize the command structure. Not easy. So, getting these things assembled early is going to be a big goal of ours. So we don't have to rush and assemble them later. I usually forget to do that step still. We received our first clandestine report from Spymaster Maroon and Grace inside of the plunge pool of Nuclear Falls. By the way, Maroon and Grace was actually the person who made contact with them. So I find it kind of funny that they are also the one who develops the spy network. This marks the establishment of our first spy network within the Xeno territory. Whenever they make a move, we stand a better chance of playing it right into our hands. So the spying mechanic in this game is sort of weak. Espionage ain't that strong, but the one thing it will give us is more intel on their systems. Right now, their systems are sort of a black box of what's going on inside. We can see this one because we're right next door, but, I mean, what's going on over here? Or over here, in these systems that are great, that are completely unknown to us. Where's their fleets, right? Like, we can't see anything here. So if we want to survive and thrive, we're going to have to, hopefully, develop a greater understanding where their fleets are and what strength they have. I don't know what size their ships are. Or their fleet is, I should say.
Better generate some revenue.
So knowing that as soon as possible is going to do us a lot of favors. We're in a really tight spot right now. A daring discovery. Our colony of plunderers has been flourishing, and the adolescents of this new world have sought to create entertainment for themselves. These use or want to do. Some groups have made a game of sneaking up as close as they dare to the local Nemesis head. Unfortunately, this daring activity has led to tragedy. After startling the beast, several young buccaneers fell off the neck of the massive creature, resulting in injuries and one fatality. Distraught colonists are now asking for something to be done about the brutish behemoths. Now we could study them. Like I said, they were going to end up killing some of us anyway. So it's probably good to figure out what's going on. Yeah, this game is definitely having a rough start on us. But because this is a very strong AI, their Grand Admiral, they're not quite there to that they're not quite to that level yet. They haven't they'll have to ramp up slowly until 2250, I think. So they're actually really close to getting to Grand Admiral AI level. So if I conquer them now, it'll be infinitely easier than doing it later.
Boom.
And by conquering them, I can essentially clock their resources for myself. And I think I can't remember. Are they no, they're not Continental Worlds. So their key world type is Alpine, so it's nothing like ours. But if we do capture one of their Alpine worlds, we can colonize other Alpine worlds with their people. Alpine worlds are a type of cold world, and we don't have any other cold worlds in our colonization range. So that's strictly important, but it will be important to keep in mind for later. Having more species in our empire means we have more types of fleets. Goodness. It means we have more types of planets that we can call our own. Goodness. Today's a sneezy day. We can't also tell people they're not going to work in jobs anymore. Colonist job ain't bad, but these jobs are better.
I found something.
And now, officially, we should be able to produce enough resources we need to
Council agenda ready.
hopefully not go too far into the negative. And now we can actually boost our production on our home planet and can expand our council. So this is our council. These are the people in charge of our empire. We can add more seats. It doesn't look like it right now, but we can eventually add 2 more seats to our Great Council, adding up to 6. I wish it was 7, so this dude would always be in the middle, but, you know, can't always have what you want. But we should be able to add 6 slots here. And these counselors affect the whole empire with their benefits and bonuses, and also their negatives if they have any. Right now, thankfully, we only have good things coming for our beautiful leaders. But eventually, they'll develop some nasty habits that we'll have to deal with too. Hopefully, we'll become robots before then. And everyone knows robots are perfect in every way. Now that we're getting ready for war, we want to take this supremacy tradition, because it allows us to, well, I should say, it used to allow us to build ships for cheaper. Now it's just upkeep, naval capacity, build speed, and fire rate. You know, it used to be a lot more OP. It's not bad now. But the bonuses we're really looking for are the build speed and the fire rate. And eventually, 50 or 20% damage to star bases. Star bases can be quite the pain. They're massive spacefaring questions that could do a lot of damage. So, being able to fight them on their own turf is always worth it. Someone has a question. Johnny Test. Johnny Test is in the cartoon? Why is my stream titled Minecraft? It shouldn't be titled Minecraft. It should be just titled... Oh, you're right. It does have Minecraft in the title. I'm sorry. It's because last time I streamed, I did Minecraft. That's why. I know. Disappointment all. I know. My spies acquired something. We discovered an asset. They give up some delicious knowledge. Sympathetic contact will be service to our operations and aid us when we need them. Okay. So we got some dude to help. What origin am I? I'm one of the new origins. I am... What is it? The treasure origin? Whatever that's called. Oh yeah, treasure hunters. Here we go. With a thirst for adventure, the civilization is ready to set out on the greatest and most challenging expedition. I actually like this origin. I've already played one game all the way to the end with this origin, and they get some nice stuff with it. I don't know. So I went through the pirate-focused empires, you know, the Republic of Buccaneers. We're all pirate-focused. We got our Mad Balisair Flat Admiral leading us. I have split up the game significantly for stream, so this game is going to be a little chaotic, but I think we'll have fun with it. We're also aquatic, again, to go along with the fact we're pirates. Of course, pirates and water. Name a more iconic duo. Probably let's go here. Yeah, there we go. Ocean, aquatic, thrifty, avid breeders. We're also megacorp because we're pirates. We're only interested in that booty. Am I going to set my refugee policy? I think we're already set to everyone welcome. If you're going to play this game, I recommend you always let everyone come in. Yeah, we're Xenophile, so this is automatically set. I would set this always. More powers is better. And even if you're not going to use them, I don't know. I've not run into a situation where I've regretted it. Even on games where I've run into a crisis that destroys the whole galaxy and I essentially have to populate my planets with the whole galaxy, it just means I need to build more planets, more habitats, more ring worlds. Put more people in the synaptic lathe. The giant megastructure that turns people's brains into mush for computing power. We'll definitely be building that. You have multiple species? Yeah, we're playing as Xenophiles, so we're relatively good guys here. We want to fight these guys. They're not too nice. They're fanatic militarists, so they want to go to war. And you know what? We're going to indulge them. We are playing a Grand Admiral, and since I've sped the game up so much, in 2250, they're going to be full strength AI. So if I can kick it to them early, we might have a better chance of making it out alive. And we'll get a powerful vassal. If you don't know, when you play in a really high difficulty, and you vassalize the enemy, they will go down in the AI level, so they won't be quite as powerful, but they have massive bonuses to production. They cheat, you know, in order to keep up with you, the masterful grand strategist you are playing this game. So if you want to really take the power to them, vassalizing them early before they get to their maximum power, in this case, and then letting them soak on all the resources that feed it to you is an excellent strategy. Did you know you can integrate people out of hive minds? I have only just found that out recently. I think they changed something with the hive minds. Because before it was really hard to grab people out of the hive minds. I think that's new, right? Before you just had to, like, I don't know, let them die, essentially, which sucked. I could befriend them, but I don't know. They don't like me. They're hostile. Good recruit relations, I suppose. I suppose we might not have to kill them. I suppose. But you're right. In this game, befriending people is the most powerful strategy. We are a megacorp, so we do get a bit benefits from befriending people. And that's how I usually like to vassalize them early in the game. But because they're Grand Admiral AI and they're hostile, right? I don't think they're going to ever want to be my friends. They are... their origin precludes them away from being friends. So they're not going to be friends with me.
I found something.
Very easily, anyway. I am Xenophile, so I do get a bonus to that. Like if I go here and we look at this... No, it won't tell me, but the Xenophiles get like plus 20. Yeah, I would love more species. They are alpine preference. You're not wrong, John Test. You're not wrong. They're alpine preference. They live on little mountain worlds. Little mountain worlds. And having more species might mean we could colonize more worlds. Being aquatic ourselves, you know, we focus on the water. And we really can't leave water worlds. Specifically ocean worlds. So having more species in our boat is not a bad idea. Yeah, it's kind of weird, aren't they? They're kind of weird, aren't they? This weird fungoid cat thing. Confidence waivers. What? Why am I upset? A group of auxiliary operatives in the plunge pool of nuclear falls have begun shying away from their assigned tasks, citing a lack of confidence in their overall purpose. Our spy master would typically handle such masters without bringing them to our attention. But even without knowing any details, these operatives seem unusually well-informed about Operation Gather Information. They say it like it's a super secret operation, but I only want to know more about them. I want to know how big their fleets are. They might be scary, you know. They're Quinty. Yeah, that's what they're called. Yum, yum. They are a tomb world. So they also, I think they also have like some benefits to living on the tomb world, other than the survivor trait. Because they're fungoid, I think they're radiotrophic, so they don't actually have any food income. Or something like that. I can't remember what the trait exactly does. But they have some special traits for tomb worlds too. So they are a pretty powerful start in an early game. They'll be making lots of resources and not having to consume a lot. And I think radiotrophic also has energy and credit income or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty nasty if we have to fight them. Oh, you're right. We could have a powerful early ally. You know, maybe you're convincing me. You know, maybe you're selling me on the making best friends. Like I said, it's gonna be hard work though. We'll work on it. But in the meantime, we need to make sure we're ready for them to attack us. So we're gonna have to build more ships. I'm hoping I was kind of wishing we would find I have other AIs that I've added that are going to be friendlier. I'm kind of hoping we find one of them. But we're sort of stuck here in the corner of the galaxy behind these guys. And over here, we've got ancient mining drones. And we're not ready to fight those yet. So maybe we could try to sneak this way. Let's grab our scientist. We go this way, we might be able to get out. I can, but I don't have enough envoys. We're so early in the game. We have one spying who's stuck with this event going on. And we have one with another first contact. We do get an extra envoy being Xenophile, but we don't have a lot to really juggle things around. I want to learn about these ancient mining drones because if I get the tech with them, if I get the full tech with them, because you can get a tech from interacting with these guys, it improves your credit income. You can make more money. And right now we need money so we can make unity, or whatever we're focusing on here. Johnny Test is followed. Welcome to the Fearless family. Oh. Operators panic. Everything went wrong.
Life form detected. We're selling. It's buying. Spaceborne life form encountered. Analyzing monetization.
Operation difficulty +2? That's not gonna be easy. You join my Discord? Well, thank you. I usually play Minecraft, but this is my favorite game of all time. Well, it's tough. I love this game. I love this game so much. I have all the DLC. I love running around doing stuff, but I don't know if it's my favorite ever. But I have 3,000 hours in this game, so I can't say that I don't not like it. It'd be sort of masochistic to say I don't like it at this point. This is the game I usually play in my spare time, though, other than Minecraft. So you see a lot of Minecraft in my Discord, but I want to start playing this more often. You wish you owned it? Yeah. You know, it was on sale, actually. Black Friday, right after Thanksgiving. Okay, now we gotta make a choice. We gotta make a choice. Oh, you own an Xbox? I thought Stellaris was available on console, but is it not available on Xbox? We gotta make a choice. We want more damage, right? Less ship upkeep and more naval capacity. We haven't even hit our naval cap, so I don't know if that's important. Ship build speed. I think we want to grab these two, like more damage to star bases or ship fire rate, yeah? If our ships shoot faster, you know, there's less things that the enemy can do to us. We do need to upgrade our fleet. We did unlock another military tech, so getting that is going to do us well. And we're going to grab an active reconnaissance. Sorry, there's an ad now.
Ships upgraded.
So the deep space drones previously countered have been investigated closer. The drones appear to be workers and custodians of an anonymous but autonomous orbital mining operation.
Discovered.
You don't get ads? That's hilarious. I don't know why. You should be. The drones appear to be the workers and custodians of an autonomous orbital mining operation established millennia ago and then soon abandoned by all but the drones themselves, judging by the state of the processing equipment. The drones possess powerful mining lasers and make obviously threatening, if not outright hostile, overtours towards Buchan vessels, where the Buccaneers or Buchan when approached. They may only be old drones, but they should be kept close under watch by our Republic.
Target market expanded.
So we've made contact with them, which means we have another dude we could throw in here. Try to generate some more goodwill with these fellas. We are making positive impact. Don't know if it'll be enough to make friends, but we'll try. We are Megacorp, so big friends does help. Next, what do we want to do? We could grab this. This one's a good tech. This is one of the DLCs. This allows us to grab the Paragons. They're all the fancy leaders. And they'll also increase the
Forecast complete.
experience of our own leaders. It's a starbase building. So I should probably think about another starbase. We can't afford 3 of them. So we may want one here for military purposes. Just against these fellas, so they can't really push into that way. And then another one here. Or maybe not. Maybe not. That's expensive. Really expensive. All right. Can we justify an expensive starbase? We'll put it here. Above Gillis. Did you know one of the Paragons allows you to terraform? Yeah, I was actually just thinking about that when I said Paragons. They're my favorite one. I've never gotten them because, and it's a big because, you need to be pacifist in order to get them. So, pacifists can't declare war, and war is like my favorite part about this game. So you have to be pacifist in order to get, what is that? What are they? I forget their name. I know who you're talking about. They're a plant. There's the legendary Paragon. But you can only get them if you're pacifist. If you're pacifistic? Oh, you're the nice guys of the galaxy. I did spawn a pacifist empire in. We'll see if they die or not. I play with custom empires, and I set them always up to be pretty powerful, right? I give them lots of traits that work together really well, really synergistically. I give them their own backgrounds and names. So we'll see if we can spot them. The last time I played this, they died. They were killed by some giant spider monsters. But, you know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. So, our fleet is now 1,600 in fleet strength. And now we've unlocked the ability to cloak our ships. So, it may be worth it to design a cloaked ship, right? So we grab our same design. It's the same design we've been using this whole time. And we replace this with the basic cloaking generator. We will have to spend exotic gases. Oh, that's going to be expensive. We can't afford those yet. But when we're ready, we'll have the Plunderer class. The basic cloaking generator. Cloaks do get rid of the strength of shields, so we're going to have all armor. But we could sneak. We could sneak past them. And I think now these ships can sneak too. Hydrate. That's a good idea. It's been a while. We can hover the planet system to see what planet it is, can I? Class F star. Yeah, you can hover over this symbol if you want, yeah. I don't know if you can hover over that symbol. I see, okay, yeah. Yep. You can also colonize from that directly. So, if I ever get a colony ship, I can click on it directly. But none of these are worlds. I mean, this one's tropical, right? And this one is continental. But you can see it's only 50% habitability for us because we're aquatic. We're really big on the water. Yeah, if you like Stellaris, I'd pick it up. I don't know. Just wait for it to be on sale or something. The game has 11 billion DLCs, so it's expensive. When I first bought the game, I waited for it to be on sale, and I got everything, all the DLCs off a lot. I mean, now I've bought all the DLCs because I really like the game. I'm addicted to the game. So I've bought them all, most of them full price now, all the new ones. But when I originally got the game, I got everything, I don't know, like 90% off. Perfect. We can now get renowned leaders thanks to our tech. And next... we might want more edicts fund. What do we got for edicts? We don't got anything good, really. Not yet. Grab some good stuff. Our pirates need more stuff. We need to colonize the galaxy and make it our own. Speaking of that, we should start expanding our borders. I've left that to the limit for too long.
Boom. We built.
Oh, look at that. They're building star bases next to me, too. Look at that. They had a level 1 star base here with 1,000 fleet power. Look at that. That's pretty. You see the little guns on it right there. 2 guns on it. On either side. Here. And then here. Even got a little docking port. Oh, I think it also has a gun on top. Look at that. It's got a little gun on top. New system? Oh, yeah, you're right, right? No, I don't see anything good. We don't have any good stuff around here. Now we're going to get damage to star bases. No, if they want to go to war with us, we're going to be ready. How's our fleet doing? What costs? Okay, so one of these things costs. Now, what is up with you? Why do you cost exotic gases? One of these components costs exotic gases. We can't afford that, apparently. Why do you need exotic gases to upgrade? None of these cost exotic gases. Want to know what would be an interesting fleet name? Hit me with it. Oh, you're right. There's one right here. Keen eye. Got an ocean world. Be ready, guys. Okay, we need to go from there back. We'll meet in the middle. What's the fastest way? Down. We gotta get over there pronto. Get our ship over. Might be time to think about more leaders. What do we got? That's not bad. Oh, but they do have more negative traits. I don't think it's worth it. How old's my current leader? How old are you? 51. So in 30 years, they're going to croak. So maybe worth it. Think about grabbing another, and then we can have another science ship. And I'm looking for better fleet commanders. I've not seen anyone that's better than my current guy. Yeah, they're by default, I think it's 80. It's really hard to see the death chance. You have to see it here, I think. Yeah, it's under 80. So for this guy, yeah, they got 25 years before they die, right? For example, this one has 23. This one has 29. No. Yeah, 29, 20. Yeah. So we got about 20 years. 20 years for all these folks before they hit the maximum lifespan. Unless I research a life-extending technology, right? There are life-extending technologies. So we might be able to push them a little bit further, you know? Destroyers. 2.2% in a month, yeah.
Construction complete.
Which means by the time they get to that point, they don't got much long left. Yeah, what is it that they want? They want to update something. But this ship does not cost any exotic gases. I think this is a bug. It wants to update. For one thing, I think they're fully up to date. I don't think they have anything missing, right? Fusion reactors, level 2 weapons. We have level 3 missiles. No. Like, the cost of every one of these things is alloys. That's it. It's just alloys. Level 2, level 1. Are you missing anything? No. They look like they're fully upgraded. I think that's a visual bug. I think that's a bug. Guys, we found a bug. I think they're lying to us. They're telling us fibs. How could they do this to us?
Anomaly
Johnny
found.
Test, how could they do this to us?
Can we monetize this?
How could they lie to us like that? That is very far away, Ocean World, though. Yeah, give me another one. I'll give them this one. Deadly Dance. There we go. Congrats. You've got your own fleet here. It's a very confusing fleet that wants special resources to upgrade, even though it shouldn't need them. Next, we are going to hire this one. And we're going to start surveying from this direction. Then we'll have 2 survey ships snaking into each other. So it'll hopefully take half the time. I mean, this one already gets a 10% survey boat bonus, and they're level 2, which also gives them a little bonus to surveying speed. But even though they'll do it a little faster on their own, having a friend going from the other direction towards them is not going to hurt. That way we can just snake our way to there as fast as possible. However, because these guys might cut us off in this direction, we do want to mark this as ours before they get a chance to sneak around us. One thing I would love, and the reason I might go to war with them, is we might take this system. I mean, can I say no to an archaeological site, right? Can I say no to the bubbles? Swindling marauders. Actually, I think I like that one better. We are pirates. Can ask for open orders. That's true. That's true. That's true. True.
Boom. We built something. Planetary exploitation forecast complete. Imagine the profit margins on this tech.
Oh, what do you want? I gotta go for more pop growth speed. I can't ever say no to that tech. Especially this early, it's too good to have more people. Speaking of more people, our people need jobs. So we're gonna have to expand a little bit here. How are we doing on our home planet? I mean, we're expanding. I'm playing at a super fast speed, so I'm not really paying attention to that, but I can't let that lament for too long. Zolomon. That's an interesting name of system.
Margins on this tech.
What do we want? My game is not pausing automatically when those pop up, and that's it's supposed to do that. I'm very upset. How could it do that to me? Builds. Let's do capacity subsidies. Next, we want ships build speed. Commander name. Yeah. Our current commander right now is named Plundering Lawrence. So you gotta have a better name than Plundering Lawrence. That's the rule, okay?
Exploitation forecast complete. Wow, we really hit this tech out of the ballpark.
We now have destroyers. So we will be able to do more damage than ever before now. Let's look at our destroyer design. So this is the first time we're getting a bigger ship than our Corvette. And you can see it does have more weapon slots. We could make it a smaller, faster shooting ship, or we could take advantage of some medium slot weapons and really do some damage. My favorite weapon damage type in the game is missiles. I think we're going to go hard on missiles and the coil guns. Then we want a little bit of speed, but we also want a little bit of accuracy. Since it's got a bigger gun, you know, you want to hit it. You want it to hit when it fires. So, I'm going to go with that. And then right now it's pickets. Fine. Let's go picket. It'll be able to hit the small little Corvettes easier. And then with this one, I don't know. Do we want to add another missile? I would much rather have disruptors. Allure the Viper. But you say you can do better, huh?
Spaceborne life form indexed. Prospect analyzed.
Okay. So we are a megacorp. And one of the consequences of being a megacorp is we have to make elections. It's not quite like a democratic election, though. It's going to pick from one of these guys randomly. And I would prefer to keep our current flag admiral. So in order to do that, I need 1,000 unity. I might get more unity in half a year. We might have to let it roll randomly. I don't know if we're going to get that much unity before we have to from the title. It is technically a megacorp is a type of oligarchy, you know, the type of government we have. But we're technically not an oligarchy. We're technically a megacorp. It's similar, very, very similar, but not the same. The same like election rules, but I think they happen less often. We get every 20 years, an oligarchy gets it every 40 years, I think. And if we went government, we went like this, reform government, and we went oligarchy. No, it has the same every 20 years. Okay. Yeah. See, that's an oligarchy election every 20 years. Cannot be reelected. But my ruler is right there. I've reelected people before. I think they're lying to me. Anyway, we've got the renowned military Pagagon, and I believe they're general. They're not that great, but let's read out their blurb. Jin, the renowned Paragon. The warrior is armed with advanced weaponry and armor. Scans reveal extensive biological modifications and cybernetic enhancements. So they are a cyborg. General Jin at your service. I am envoy of the Numenorious Equilibrium. I've been sent to defend those in need and help bring about the end of tyranny. Accept my oath, and I shall put my arms at your service. So he says the end of tyranny because they're egalitarian, right? Tell me more about yourself. I am a soldier in the service of an ideal. My order works to end oppression and free the enslaved. For this, we spill our blood. So if you remember, she said she's part of some sort of order, the Equilibrium or whatever. Her special event is that she'll actually, halfway through her life, she will have a protege join us, which is not bad, because you'll get another general, essentially. And generals, so she's a commander with a general subclass. They suck. Because the only thing they could do is damage for armies, right? They can't really command fleets all that well, and space combat is really the focus of Stellaris. So they're not that great. But getting one for free, essentially, because that's what we're getting, right? It's just the upkeep you gotta pay. It doesn't sound that bad. Yeah, they are a cyborg. I mean, look at their face. Their face probably unfolds like a Five Nights at Freddy's character. Why do you wish to join us? Yours is a civilization that celebrates equality, where any individual may rise to greatness on their own merit. Is this not reason enough? Tell us more about your order. The founder of the Numinous Equilibrium, Deshantan, preached a doctrine of equality, freedom. No, a preacher, goodness, preached the doctrine of equality. Freedom is as fragile as it is beautiful. Power is not meant for a single hand. It is a burden that must be shared. Members of my order vow to uphold these values. I mean, should we say no? I mean, we could say no. But if we're going to war with these folks, having someone that stabs pretty good, not a bad idea. I mean, gives hugs at a short distance with blunt instruments. So welcome to the team. We now have this person, and so because they're a cyborg, they get plus 20 extra years, I think, right? Something like that. So it'll take them a long time to die. We stuck with them for a while. They're only aged 30. They're only 30 years old, and they're already a warrior cyborg. Oh, my relations? Well, we'll see. They're suspicious of me. They're warming up. Maybe we won't have to kill him after all, you know. Yet. Maybe we'll be the type to betray our allies and go on a rampage conquering the galaxy. You never know. So this is special. This is part of this the same DLC that we just got that person from. This was the Paragon's DLC. So once we reach level 4 with one of our leaders, we get to choose a veteran level, which is the focus for the rest of their career. What are they going to do for the rest of their career? Right now, this is our second mate. They're in charge of our research. So we want one of these 4 traits that focuses on research, but for the Empire as a counselor. We're not wrong, actually. We could have a military governor. She wouldn't be bad at military governor, you're not wrong. So we have one for exploring. So that's that is exploring different systems. So that's not bad. That's actually what she's doing right now. Just flying around exploring systems. I think she's down here. So if we want her to... Oh, wait a second. So Deneb, this is a special system. I got sidetracked, sorry. This is a special system. Deneb is actually the home system of one of the default factions and empires in Stellaris, the Commonwealth of Man. The Commonwealth of Man is a offshoot of humanity, and their home system is Deneb, and that's their homeworld right there. Usually it's a continental world, not a savannah world, but that's what that is, though. That's where they would, that's where they hang out, right there. Anyway, we could do a scholar, which, if this is exploration, this is sort of like anomalies and archaeology sites and stuff like that. Analyst is like a governor, so if you wanted a governor research person, you'd pick analyst. But we want statistician because it's going to give us 5% bonus to research speed, which is huge for one level. All of a sudden, our technology would go up massively.
Construction complete.
I might have blocked them off. I think I did, yeah. They're trapped here. We got them in a little cocoon. We've gained enough information to actually see their home system now. You can actually see this is where the 20 come from. And their world is a tomb world. So the Quenty's story that long ago they made some robots make art for them. Artists of all kinds. There were sculptors, there were painters, designers. Every type of artistry you could ever imagine was made by the cute little robots that they made. But those cute little robots had a little bit of a glitch. They thought the Quenty were ruining their art. So they decided in their rage to go to war with the Quenty and exterminate them. The Quenty, having no other option, launched all their nuclear weapons, obliterating their world and killing billions of their own people. But it stopped the robotic uprising. They, now living on a tomb world, had to crawl their way back from the Stone Age back to Space Age. And they won't give that up very easily. That's why they're so militaristic. They know a hard-fought war is the only way to survive. They also developed a religion around surviving that great war long, long ago. So they're spiritualist. That's why they're the plunge pool of the nuclear falls, because this is the nuclear falls. Nuclear fell on their planet, killing billions, and it was the only way to survive. And they will do anything to survive. So they'll actually be pretty tough to beat. And of course, their sun, being as star-bright as it is Horus Hellfire. No. Yeah, they'll have the survivors trait on their cute little planet. They also have radiotrophic. I can't really see it right now, but I made them, so I know what they have. They have radiotrophic and stuff like that. You guys told you to spare them? I don't know. I don't know. Go to war. I like going to war. That's all I can say. I like stamping. I mean, giving hugs. Make your friends. Militaristically. Oh, we found an archaeology site. They did move to suspicious. You're right, you're right. But I think this is a special archaeology site. So this is a space station that's in the gas giant's ring. I can't remember if this is the one that has a million archaeology sites right after it. Or if this is the ruined casino.
Blockers out of the way.
Oof. Our governor was made our nation's leader now, which is not that great, but we'll survive. Which means we need a new governor. We'll pick them.
Resource scan complete.
I don't know if we'll ever get to better than neutral, unless they decide to warm up to us quite a bit. You know, we could take...
Technology discovered.
If you want us to be friends with them, we could form a federation with them. What do you think about that? Let's go... Society management. Yeah, we could grab the Federation one. We could federate with them. We'll have to think of a name of a federation. What kind of federation do we want to form?
Planetary exploitation forecast complete.
I think I want to form either a Marshall Federation or a Tree Federation.
Boom.
And that's just assuming that they become friends, right? No? You know? So I can't really do anything with them right now. Like, they really don't want me to even form an embassy, right? So it's gonna be a tough battle to even get them to like me, so. Create the Broomling Lilac. We could do something like that. But what we've discovered on Deneb is a pre-FTL civilization, and they're in the Bronze Age. So pre-FTLs are civilizations that haven't made it to space yet. And thanks to the First Contact DLC, we can actually get some pretty big bonuses from studying them. And since we're xenophiles, we get bonuses anyway to studying them. So, because we like aliens, essentially.
Construction complete.
Wish we had more influence. We're starting running out of influence now. Oh no. Protests are springing up on Old Providence. That's our capital planet. These large and colorful assemblies have gathered in support of a singularly frivolous issues, for the right to hold public dances inside financial institutions to which colors should be painted onto our defense platforms. These protests are not violent, but they are noisy. Some of the civic services on Old Providence have been placed under strain by the disruption. The same cannot be said for the general public, however, who, rather than being inconvenienced, seem instead to be enjoying quirky demonstrations. So they want to hold public dances inside financial institutions. So they want to go to a bank and break dance. And they want to paint our defense platforms. I think we can't let this happen. I think they need to be in jail for trying to paint our defense platforms. Obviously. How could they even suggest a thing?
Imagine the profit.
What, you want me to raise awareness on them? No, we're like Star Trek. We got to watch them naturally advance. Entities. We could go. Let's go. Fine. Cheese tax. Yeah, like I said, I think these guys need to go to prison. Sorry. Protests in Old Providence have caused or have ceased almost as suddenly as they began. Goodness. The protests in Old Providence have ceased almost as suddenly as they began. Rumors about their origins abound, but many whispers speak of the group called the Manifesti. These animatic collectives seem to be responsible for a number of the provocative art projects in recent years. For subject matter every bit as spurious as the issues we're seeing protested on Old Providence. So I think numbers, I'm sorry. This chain, the Manifesti chain, is terrible. We do terrible things. Sorry, I'm snacking.
Wow, we really hit this tech out of the ballpark.
Oh, here we go. Swarm missile is my favorite medium range weapon.
We built something.
How's it going, Hygiene? How you doing?
Boom! I found something.
Am I paying the cheese tax? Yeah, we got rid of the Manifesti. Thank goodness. Just got back together for early Christmas celebration with the wife Sam. Nice. I will be doing my Christmas celebration with family, my extended family, next week. I had to think about it for a moment.
Construction complete.
But it's the weekend before Christmas. Now we can build an observation post. We can observe. No, that's not the right place. We can observe these critters in their natural habitat. Like I said, observing them means we get special bonuses. There might be a time that's worth it to enlighten them. That's what it's called in game when we show them the ways of space. But for now, this non-spacefaring Bronze Age civilization is going to live
Exploitation forecast complete.
a life void of space. Besides, that'll be just another empire to deal with, and I don't even know if I... Oh, no! Oh, no. Automated Dreadnought. A single massive warship has been discovered patrolling the Oprah system. No life signs can be detected aboard the vessel, but is emitting a very strong power signature and appears to be bristling with weapon systems. It does not respond to hails. Caution is advised.
Detected.
So this is one of the big bads in the galaxy. Earlier, I talked about space fauna, and that's what these guys are. There are mining drones. Not really alive, but in the game, they're classified as fauna. This, however, is a one-of-a-kind super fauna. A massive, massive ship patrolling this singular system, hell-bent to defend it against everything. If you can see by the little skull in the middle, it ain't gonna be an easy fight. It's bristling with large weapons on the surface, medium weapons and small weapons to fend off anything that's even close. All over it. I mean, how many weapons is that? There's 2 here, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 massive cannons on board. Oh wait, did I count those? I don't know, maybe. At least 21. A ship like this is not to be trifled with. It'll turn my entire spacefaring civilization to dust. It's a good thing it's totally brain dead. You see it immediately zoomed over. Right, it's coming for my poor little science ship. If he doesn't get out of there, he's gonna die. Contemport Leviathan. These come with the Leviathan DLC, where they added these massive, massive structures. Well, I shouldn't call them structures. He's a ship. I just added Leviathans. Let's keep it at that. Thankfully, I don't think this one will follow me from system to system. Some of them, though, if you make them angry enough, they will chase you all the way back home. So this is one of the more mundane ones. And the bonus for defeating it is not that good either. I think you can get the ship. And it's a big ship, obviously. But by the time you can kill it, I mean, you've killed it. So how strong is it, really? Right now, it dwarfs my entire civilization. And because we're Xenophile, we get to say it's awe-inspiring. But for now, that system is off limits. If we go down here, we can actually mark it as off limits. We're not going there anytime soon. We got to be careful because something like that will kill my poor little side chip here. So I'm actually going to have him cloak. Thankfully, because cloaking was added way before this thing was added, it has no way to detect my cloaked chips. This is one of the earliest DLCs that were ever added to the game, so... And cloaking technology is like, I don't know, added last year. So it's something that's like 7, 8 years old versus something that was added last year. They don't really stand a chance of my cloaking technology. But all that means is I won't be killed immediately.
Planetary exploitation forecast complete.
Doesn't mean I have a means yet to fight it. Oh, well. We're building up our cute little fleet here. Oh, did you have a better name? Did you ever come up with a better name, Johnny? My leader? I don't know.
I found something.
Okay. Got more anomalies. I don't care about anomalies. I want space. Oh, I need more allies. You can see they've built plenty of star bases to keep me occupied if I do choose to attack them. At this point, it'd be very costly to try to defeat them. So I think Johnny Test was right. We can't really afford combat yet. But we're moving our way there. Oh, we've discovered a new resource. Once again, my game is not pausing properly. So in gameplay, it should be... No, that's not it. Graphics? No. Accessibility? No. Yeah, event auto pause. There we go. So now technology research will auto-pause the game. This was one of the greatest accessibility features they've ever added in this game. It's fairly complex looking, but this essentially means whenever there's a weird pop-up on screen, I can choose to pause the game automatically. Because I'm playing on the fastest speed, I do want the game to pause when a tech pause popped up on screen. Otherwise, I start getting pop-ups that interrupt my thinking when I'm researching text, like this one here. And there are other ones too. There's lots of them. So we fill it filter by diplomacy. This will show all the diplomacy actions. For example, I've turned off migration treaties because I don't really care. Sometimes you get millions of these, so... Did I just play Stellaris today? Yeah. Today and tomorrow are non-Minecraft stream weekend days. So I'm planning not to play Minecraft today or tomorrow, but I will be coming back. I haven't had internet in about a month. I haven't had a computer that works. My recording software was broke. My audio software was broke. My chair broke. The chair I'm sitting on broke. I mean, I've literally taped together with duct tape. So it's been a rough month, but trying to get back into things a little slowly. That's why I haven't been able to calculate the amount of blocks I need for my build because, oh yeah, my Minecraft broke. I think I told you that already, Hygiene. Minecraft broke. It did it again. I couldn't open it last week. So. I think I fixed it yesterday morning, but I was more focused on getting a little bit of non-Minecraft gaming in. Just because this is one of the few times we get to do that during a stream weekend. I thought it'd be fun. I don't know. I can play Minecraft whenever. I mean, I can play this whenever. I play this all the time outside of streaming, but I don't really get an excuse to stream it during a stream weekend. So I was seriously thinking about jumping into Minecraft because I haven't done it in so long. But take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves. That's my motto. I don't know what some of these notifications are for. Hyperdrive secured? What does that mean? Insight breakthrough, I know what that means. Actually, I haven't really looked at these before. I just assumed it would auto pause for everything, but I do have it because I've played the game so long, way before this was enabled. These auto pause things that I've paused it myself for the most part. So having auto pause for some things is pretty good. Things that require my entire immediate attention, I think, is insanely valuable. We are water people, so we will be flooding habitats and mining ice. So I do want those enabled, but I don't know if I want to pause the game to let me know that that's happened. That one I might want to know. Tour of duty completed. What does that mean? Is that one of the flavor text for one of the leaders leave? Like, why would I want the game to pause when I win a war? I mean, I wouldn't consider that emergency. Defeat, on the other hand, maybe. But by then, it'll be a foregone conclusion. I've not actually lost many wars in this game. Which I think, when I first started playing, I definitely lost wars. Because the game ain't easy. But, I've had wars stalemate. There's a status quo thing, like a middle ground type thing in wars, and that happens if the war lasts too long and everyone gets too tired of it. That can happen. I don't know if I've ever lost a war in a long time. Army sprouted. Do we grow armies now? I thought they said drowned. That would be a dramatic way for a giant spacefaring creature to die. Specimens are part of the latest DLC. And Solar Cosmic Storms, they're part of the second latest DLC. Probably one of the least important DLCs ever in the game's history. If it didn't add some features that I liked, I would probably have turned it off, and that'll be the only DLC I've ever turned off. So the one thing I was not looking at, sort of ignoring, during survey of this planet, whatever that is, I'm not even going to try to say its name, our ship discovered a previously unknown strategic resource dubbed Zero. It is extremely rare aerosol of exotic particles that appears to have been deposited here through a meteor impact, but its true origin is a mystery. Secret lore answer, it's crushed up people. Yeah, it's people dust. If ingested by psionically gifted individuals, this aerosol should act as a very potent and potentially addictive drug that enhances psi abilities. While we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. So I'm not going to go, well, I should say, maybe we should start this off with, there are special resources in the game, like all the regular resources up here, they're all whatever. But there's super rare resources in game that provide strategic advantage for each of them. Zero is probably the least important of all of them, by far. Because, as it says, it's only really useful for psionically gifted individuals. So if your species is planning to go down a psionic route, you know, I don't know, space telepaths, then you really don't need this resource. If you are, it goes from being the least important resource to the most important. Because your entire economy is going to run off of it. So finding even one of these little puppies out here in space, it's not bad. Lore-wise, this space dust is essentially equivalent like of Dune, the spice in Dune. And in Dune, it comes from the worms. There's giant worms that grind up the planet into dust. So it's organically derived. And the same is true here. This is organically derived. But instead of giant worms creating this, it was a species of super powerful psionic individuals that destroyed themselves in a great cataclysm eons ago. So they destroyed themselves and their bodies were turned to dust. And, you know, they were traveling the cosmos and living on planets at the time. So essentially wherever it happened. And over the bajillions of years since then, their materials have been deposited everywhere in the galaxy. Of course, since it has to be attached to wherever they came from, there ain't much of it left. There's a finite amount. In-game, there really isn't a finite amount. You could just buy as much as you want. But that's why there's only like one deposit of this in my entire territory that I've expanded into so far. And that may be one of the very few deposits in the whole galaxy. So, not exactly common. That's why it's rare. Like I said, though, not explicitly important. In fact, I would value the planet as far more important than Zero. I will say, though, because it's a rare resource and it's addictive, it sells for a lot. So you can make money selling it. A lot of money. But, you know, there's only one of it, so only so much you could do with one little itty-bitty aerosolic particle. It'd be much better to discover one of the other ones. The three first ones, motes, gases, and crystals, are the most important. These are, I should say they're the regular use exotic materials. You'll need them for upgrading buildings. Certain types of buildings will have them as a cost. Ship components might have them as a cost. So you'll actually have to produce a fair bit of these. The other four, though, like Zero, are fairly rare. I would say the most common of the four is dark matter. In real life, dark matter is an exotic type of matter. In game, it's not much different, except you can build stuff out of it. You know, where's future space-faring empire, so of course. It's not that uncommon. It comes from black holes, usually, or other rare deposits. Like over here, you can see there's a bunch of black holes. I haven't discovered any of this yet, but because I can see the light of the stars, and because we have telescopes on our planet, we can determine what these are from a distance. So, for example, this is a black hole, this is a black hole, that's a black hole, and that's a black hole. There's a chance that any one of those, or all of them, could have dark matter deposits to grab. So it's not uncommon with the number of black holes in a galaxy to find plenty of that. You need that for advanced technologies. Zero, living metal, and nanites are the rarest. I would say they're probably equally as rare as each other. Nanites are the rarest, though. The rarest of the rare. They're super powerful. Maybe Zero is the most common of those three. Nanites are super powerful little micro robots that you can use to construct advanced things, but they're not that useful unless you go down a very specific path, much like the Zero isn't useful if you know what you're doing. You go down that path. Living metal, however, it's super rare and late game very useful. Similar story with all of them, essentially, but they all have their strategic uses. Living metal is for megastructures, like, I don't know. In sci-fi, have you ever seen Dyson spheres, giant metal structures around stars, harnessing their power? Ring worlds, like in Halo. In this game, we also have the ability to build, giant matter compressors that could go around black holes and harness material from them. Those things require, if you want to give them a boost, because they take forever, living metal, make them happen. Meaning that late game, like I said, it's a valuable resource. What's going to be weird about this game, unlike every other game of the Stellaris, if you ever watch another game, is that I'm not going to have a shortage of any of those resources once I get to a certain point. Once my species evolves to a certain level, I'm not going to worry about really running out of any particular resource. Halud, yeah, those are the worms, right? This is my government. These are my ministers, you could say, of state, or my secretaries, and then this is the leader of government. I've unlocked a new government position based off of my government type. I could choose two, or one of two, I should say. This one provides extra fire rate, so my ships fire faster, and extra trade protection, but it can only be held by a commander. This one increases my selling cost of specimens, which I haven't even gotten into yet, and my trade value from culture workers, which I have none. So ostensibly, this one's better, because it immediately provides bonuses now. This one is lame. It provides no bonuses that I would even care about, even in the slightest. However, this allows for officials and scientists to sit on my council. Right now, I only have one scientist. Technically, I have two officials, but they both suck. So, my real goal is to get another scientist on my my council, if I can. I do have another leader that I've been training up for this purpose. Right here. With an extra 6% plus research speed. But we had an election, and my previous president, or flag admiral, lost, because we are pirates, so it's Carson Flag Admiral. So we have our Mad Baldassare, with this really interesting ability, now really being utilized by my government. I'm hoping to get them back into government, but if I can't, really, I only have one military leader, this guy here. So I may just go for this and bite the bullet and get more tech. But know that I was thinking about it. And that's because this is 6% more tech. And then they're also, what are they, level 2. So they're also going to provide 2 levels of this. So not totally useless, but not exactly perfect either. They will be ending the stream here soon. My goal is to hopefully get to this new planet. We are water people, so getting another water planet is big on our to-do list. You can see this one is full of water. Making it there, we'd expand our empire by what, a third? Adding another planet to our trio here. And that'll significantly increase my power over my neighbor here. Only has 3 planets. Right now, we are in a bit of a stalemate planet-wise. Get another planet over on them. Really push us over the edge and give us the galactic advantage. But for now, I'm starting to get tired. So I think it's time to call it. We will be back tomorrow at 5. Yeah. 5 Eastern Standard tomorrow is when I'm going to go live. I was just checking the schedule. No, it's noon Eastern, 5 p.m. UK. I was reading that wrong. I apologize. Noon. So, 12. I should probably get to bed so I can actually wake up before then. We might be playing more Stellaris. We might play another game. Haven't decided yet. Whatever it be the case, I'll be back to streaming a little bit more often when I can. Hope you all had a great day today, and if not, it's always tomorrow. Tomorrow is only a day away. Take care, everyone. Forward. Oh, they did. Look at that. We got a brand new follower today, Johnny Test, on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube. 4 in a row resubs, 0 Crew, Gary, Sköll, and Aaron. Some cheers from Aaron. And a wonderful moderator team to keep this safe from Relic and Sköll. I don't know if it showed all the bits, because I can't remember. I think Hygiene did some bits. So it obviously missed some. The fact that I had to keep this automated system in check, making sure it's not missing anything, helps me greatly. Because now I'm forced to remember things, and I'm tired. But it's because of viewers like you that these things are possible. Like I said, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone.